देखो मैम, गुरुजी ज्योति मैम खींच टेप है टेप। ज्योति मैम गौरव सर मैम सुनो मैम एक बार चेक करो आप।
मैम का रिजेक्ट मैम लाइक A very good morning to everyone present here. With immense delight, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our respected principal of Aurum Global School, Mrs. Gauri Vora, Director, Curriculum and Training, Mrs. Nidhi Pandey, our Administrator, Mr. Prakash Tiopa, our Academic Coordinator, Senior Secondary, Mrs. Nidhi Sharma, our Academic Coordinator, Middle School, Mrs. Kalpana Pant, and our Academic Coordinator, Kindergarten, Mrs. Indu Bhatt Pahupuna. Please welcome everyone with a huge round of applause. We are so honored to welcome our esteemed guest, whose gracious presence adds values and dignity to this occasion. I welcome you all. I also take great pleasure in welcoming all the brilliant participants joining us from various 24 schools for Polemic 5.0. A huge round of applause for all of you. And this marks as a special welcome to the energetic, enthusiastic, and the eloquent speakers who have gathered here today. Your voices are the heartbeat of this competition. And of course, a warm welcome to the escorting teachers. You are the guiding stars accompanying these young minds, illuminating their path with wisdom and encouragement. Together, let us begin this intellectual celebration with spirit, passion, and purpose. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to Polemic 5.0, the fifth edition of our prestigious PSA Inter-School Debate Competition. Over the past 4 years, Polemic has grown from a small platform for young speakers to a vibrant arena of ideas, arguments, and intellectual courage. Each edition has sharpened our experience, strengthened our vision, and inspired us to raise the bar higher. Today, as we step into the fifth chapter of this legacy, we carry with us the learnings, the enthusiasm, and the confidence built through 4 successful years of hosting thought-provoking debates in this city. With evolved formats, refined judging standards, and a deeper understanding of what makes a great debate, we are proud to present to you an event that reflects our journey of growth and excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for a day filled with compelling arguments, fresh perspectives, and the unmatched energy of young, eloquent minds. Welcome once again to Polemic 5.0, where voices matter, ideas lead, and the spirit of debate rules. To mark the start of this illuminating journey, I now request our dignitaries to please join us for the ceremonial lamp lighting, an ode to the light that guides every quest for truth. The lamp lighting will be followed by Saraswati Vandana.
पयसा पिन्वमाना सा मा मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्ता
मयि मेधा मयि प्रजा मयि सूर्यो राजो ददातु। शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। Please give our Oromites a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen and dear students, now I would like to introduce our panel of judges to all of you. And as I call their names, I would request our principal, Aurum Global School, Mrs. Gauri Vora, to present them a token of love from our side. Our first judge is a dynamic force in the world of training and personal excellence. With 17 years of experience and over 4,000 hours of impactful sessions and international certifications of NLP, transactional analysis, and life coaching, he has transformed minds across India. A CBSE resource person, author, counselor, and inspiring thought leader, he is known for turning learning into an experience. Please welcome the transformative, insightful, and truly inspiring Mr. Sumit Bharadwaj. Please grace the stage. I would request the Director Curriculum and Training, Mrs. Nidhi Pandey, to please felicitate our next judge, who is Dr. Nilofer Akhtar, who has been serving the Higher Education Department, Uttarakhand, since 2005 and brings over 20 years of experience in teaching and research. Starting her career in 2001 at Feroz Gandhi College, Rai Bareli, she later served at Government PG College, Champawat, before joining the Department of English at MB Government PG College in 2014. She has supervised PhD scholars, designed syllabus for Uttarakhand Adhinisht Siksha Seva Ayog, and held key roles in the college's editorial board, IQAC and Eco Club. A speaker and organizer of several academic events, her research interests include romantic literature, post-colonial studies, contemporary theory, and women's studies. She has published widely, including edited volumes such as Gender Roles and Green Concepts, and Exploring Gender Roles and Social Sustainability. Please welcome Dr. Nilofer Akhtar. I will request our academic coordinator, Senior Wing, Mrs. Nidhi Sharma, to please grace the stage to felicitate our next judge, Dr. Pradeep Mondal, who is a scholar, poet, and critic whose journey across literature blends academic depth with creative expression. A UGC JRF awardee and PhD from Visva Bharati, he currently enriches minds as Assistant Professor of English at LBS Government PG College, Haldichok. With over 20 research publications, multiple book chapters and works featured in journals across India, Serbia, and the USA, he navigates realms from modern American poetry to speculative worlds. Author and editor alike, his recent works, Dystopian Deliberations, and his 2023 monograph reflects his enduring commitment to contemporary literary thought. Please welcome Dr. Pradeep Mondal. I would request our academic coordinator, middle wing, Mrs. Kalpana Pant, and our academic coordinator, kindergarten, Mrs. Indu Bhaguna, to please felicitate our next judge, Dr. Abha Tripathi, who is an assistant professor of English at MB GPG College, Haldwani, known for her insightful scholarship and innovative approach to literature. With rich teaching experience and publications in reputed national and international journals, her work explores modern and contemporary literature, theatre, cultural studies, and interdisciplinary themes. From Ibsen to Indian English drama, her research reflects both depth and originality. Passionate about connecting literature with the modern world and emerging technologies, she continues to inspire learners and contribute meaningfully to academic discourse. I would request our administrator, Sir, Mr. Prakash Thiopa, to please felicitate our next judge, a woman who proves that learning has no age and passion has no finish line. From shaping young minds for nearly 3 decades as a PGT English teacher to exploring Germany, England, and France after retirement, Mrs. Shailja Singh is a lifelong learner. Today, she is not just an educator but a digital creator with thriving pages like Bing Chatore and even her own YouTube channel sharing food, motivation, and wisdom with thousands. applause, I request everyone to please welcome all the judges, those who have taken out time from their busy schedule for us today for Polemic 5.0. Before we start, I would like to announce a few rules. You've got a badge. You must have got certain, your ID cards must have been submitted by the teachers at this registration. We request all the participants to use only this code and kindly refrain from revealing their school's identity while delivering their speeches. I repeat, please refrain from revealing your school identity while you deliver your speech. Can I get some help here? The competition is divided into two categories. Sorry for the glitch. Category 1 is for classes 7th and 8th, and the topic that they are debating today on is global connections are making young people forget their traditions and roots. The time limit for their speeches is 2 minutes, and the place of conduct for the junior category will be the activity room, which is just below this floor. Number of debaters participating in the category 1, that is the junior categories, are 2, one for the motion and another against the motion. Category 2 is class 9th and class 11th. The topic for the debaters of this category is globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Time limit for their speech is 2.5 minutes for both the speakers, for and against. And there is 1 minute for rebuttal round for each candidate. A selection of the rebuttal round, who will be an interjector, will be done in a slot of 5 schools backstage. So as I call your name of school-wise, school code-wise, please come backstage to select your interjector, where the teachers will be escorting you ahead. Next slide, please. Instructions for the rebuttal round. The rebuttal round is only for category 2. Please make a note for this. The questioner and the opponent should treat each other with courtesy, no fighting on the stage. Once the question has begun, neither the questioner nor his opponent may consult their teammates. So it's solely your responsibility to ask the question. Questioner should not comment on the response of his opponent, so there is no rebuttaling again. Only you have to ask the question and get satisfied with whatever is given as an answer. Questioner is allowed to ask only one question to each of the student from the school allotted to him or her. Counter questioning is strictly prohibited. Next slide, please. The marking criteria, this is specifically for our judges and for our students also. The marking rubrics are content for 10 marks, language and expression 10 marks, clarity of thoughts 10 marks, delivery and confidence 10 marks, rebuttal 10 marks. Please make a note, the rebuttal will only be for the category 2. Next slide, please. Time limit. Each participant will be given maximum time to speak either in favor or against the motion as indicated along with the topics. I'll be further giving you a detailed timeline of what will be the bell timings. Each participant will be given 1 minute's time to speak in the rebuttal round, as I told earlier, and there is no extension of time in any case. Language, we are doing an English debate competition, so language is only English. Assistance in form of reading from any manuscripts or any paper here is strictly prohibited and it will lead to disqualification. As I told you, the conduction venues, I'll repeat again, the junior category, the debate for junior category will be conducted in the activity room, which is just below. The volunteers and the teachers on duty are going to escort you for that. And the senior category debate will happen right here in this auditorium. Next slide, please. The bell timings, an elaborated chart for it. For junior category, the first bell will ring at 1 minute 50 seconds. That will be a warning bell to wind up if you can very quickly. Second bell will be at the allotted time, that is 2 minutes. And the final bell, after which you are not going to speak a single word, will be 2 minutes 5 seconds. For senior category, the first warning bell will go at 2 minutes 20 seconds. The second bell will be the time given to you, that is 2 minutes 30 seconds. and the final bell, after which you are not allowed to speak anything. That is 2 minutes 35 seconds. I hope the participants are clear about it. Next slide, please. That's it for you all. So before we start, I would request all the participants to play fair, be energetic, be enthusiasm, and let's make out a solution for this global threat that's going on here. The topics are chosen very wisely so that you young minds think about what's happening in the globe. So play with your heart today. Think about your whole world. You are talking and discussing about very serious and grave issues today. So let's make it together happen that we go with a solution from here. To set the stage for today's intellectual battle, I would tell one more thing. The very first speakers from both the junior and the senior categories will be from the host school, that is Aurum the Global School. Their address is a ceremonial opening only. They are only there to energize, inspire, and warm up our young debaters for the journey ahead. So, this is not a competitive slot, dear judges, and with due respect, we request you to kindly note that the opening speeches delivered by the host school will only be for their presence, they will not be evaluated or scored. So, with a huge round of applause and lots of wishes and blessings to all of you, we start this program, and I request the teachers to please escort the participants of junior category to the activity room. The participants of junior category can go to the activity room. Now I would request Ms. Bhavani to please escort our judges for the junior category, Dr. Abha Tripathi and Dr. Pradeep Mondal. And I would request Simran ma'am to escort the judges for the senior categories to their respective places. There's a query from the schools that whether the interjector will be allowed to take the writing pad along. Don't worry, we have pieces of paper for you there, and we have a pencil also kept, so you can write down your questions over there after you listen to the speech. No need to carry anything along with you.
उनको ये बोल देना कि हाँ हम मैसेज लिखा कि उनको ना तरीके से आगे बढ़ा दीजिए.
School code 24, 23, 22, 21 and 20 are requested to go backstage to choose your interjector. I repeat, school code 24, 23, 22, 21 and 20 are requested to go backstage to choose their interjector for the day. So we are starting with the debate now, and as I said, the first opening speech, which will not be evaluated will be by the host school. So I welcome Shreyasi Joshi to speak for the motion. Shivain Upmanyu to speak for the motion.
Good morning, judges and fellow debaters. I, Shivain Upmanyu of Forum the Global School, stand vehemently in favor of the motion. Globalization is indeed widening the gap between developed and developing nations. They say globalization is the shortest and the most viable way for the world to achieve political, social, and intellectual modernity. But in my belief, it has lucratively enveloped the whole world in constant crises and dangers of supply and demand and a market-centric oligarchy. The world's local communities are being increasingly fractured by globalization's major force, the curse of international competitiveness. Let us now move from assertion to evidence, an abstract anger to a principled critique. Globalization is not at all at a neutral position. Rather, it is steering forward the agenda of the rich nations and their colonial MNCs. A significant exacerbation of economic inequality is fueled by a globalization that generally favors the rich and developed nations. Further, it has marked the creation of a homogenized culture. It has further created a homogenized culture and also caused systematic erosion of plurality. The concentration of 48% of world's combined wealth in hands of a few countries has prompted their MNCs to vie for cheap labor, thereby shunning domestic industries and their services. The liberalization in China has resulted in economic growth for the country of China, but the debt-ridden African people are sinking ever deeper into poverty, and their economies, their lands are being misused and crippled by the Western and dominating powers like the US, Russia, France, Germany and China for illegal arms trade and related businesses. The establishment of foreign industries and fashion malls in the domestic areas have also significantly reduced the reliance of people on locally produced goods and textiles. This is a demonstration of the extent to which greed can neglect and subdue humanity, thereby diminishing the welfarist roles of the governments, state and the societies. In conclusion, let me leave you pondering with the question. In the festive occasion of Deepavali, how many of us have regularly relied on locally produced diyas and decoratives instead of purchasing branded goods from online mega companies? If such a situation remains on the local scale, then it is evident how acute and dire the situation would be at the global scale, propelled by geopolitics and statecraft. Thus, it is high time we strengthen. Thank you.
Thumbs up. Please give him a huge round of applause. Our next participant from the host school is Shreyasi Joshi, who is going to speak against the motion.
Let's be honest. If globalization is truly just a system of exploitation designed only to enrich the powerful, then tell me, why have the fortune of over 1 million people been dramatically reversed? Do we truly believe that economic stagnation is a better choice than the engine of global progress? Greetings, esteemed judges, honorable opposition and teachers. Today, I, Shreyasi Joshi from Aurum the Global School, stands firmly against the motion. Arguing the precise opposite, I declare the true narrative of the 21st century is to ensure that globalization is the greatest mechanism for convergence and collective action the world has ever seen. Economic globalization has given birth to a massive global middle class, largely concentrated in the developing countries, making the economic success of the developing world vital to the prosperity of the developed world. The political and the diplomatic landscape marks the moving of from a hierarchical system to that of a genuine collaboration. And there is no better example of this than the G20 summit. The G20, which collectively accounts for 80% of the world's GDP, is inherently an exercise in unifying the developed and developing nations. It makes countries like United States and Germany, who perceive themselves as the developed nations, sit at the same table as the major emerging economies like South Africa, Indonesia, Brazil, to negotiate solutions for the global issues. A recent example of this is the inclusion of the African Union as a permanent member during India's G20 presidency. This move wasn't merely symbolic. It was an institutional fundamental reform which gave voice to 55 African nations. When they agree on common digital public infrastructure standards, it immediately helps billions of people in the developing nations access finance and services. All of this is just because of globalization. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying the quote of the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. As he once remarked, the central challenge of the next century is to ensure that globalization becomes the most positive force for all the world's people rather than leaving billions of them behind. We must stop retreating from the world's most powerful tool for development but choose to make it work for everyone. Thank you.
Please give her a huge round of applause. Judges, please note, school code 24 hasn't arrived yet, so we are starting from school code 23. And the interjector for school code 23 will be school 12. So I request the interjector from school 12 to please come here and sit on the stage. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, on stage is standing Aryan Saxena, who is going to speak for the motion.
Permission to begin? If globalization truly creates equality, then why does the Global Inequality Report shows that the 10% of the richer nations control 76% of the global wealth while the poorest 50% just own 2%? Is this equality? Or it is the evidence that globalization is widening the divide? As Pope Francis observed, globalization floats many boats, but it sinks more than it. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my worthy opponent. Globalization came with the promise of shared prosperity, but today, the data from G20 report on global inequality clearly shows that wealth is being in richer nations at its fastest pace in past 3 decades. According to a major UN DESA report, globalization has led to rising job insecurity, weakened labor laws, and increase in low-wage workers. This is not just an economic gap. Institutions like WTO and IMF are claimed to promote fairness, yet the decision-making remains in the hands of wealthy nations. Why is it so? Why is it so? I ask, why is it so? Developed nations control capital, technology, while the developing nations just export raw material and weaken labor. Even the ILO confirms that multinational corporations shift their factories to developing nations with weakened labor laws and at low wage and at unsafe conditions. I also want to add up one example in it. Bhopal gas tragedy is the biggest example of it, that how a developing nation suffers and how a developed nation escapes the punishment easily. In Nigeria, oil extraction is done by Netherlands, USA, UK, and France and Italy. Yet the Nigerian government doesn't get a penny of it. The profits are sent back to developed nations as usual. Dear audience, the truth is clear. Globalization has connected the world, but it has not equalized it at all. It continues to create winners. Yes, we agree, it continues to create winners, but it creates losers more than it. Developed nation controls capital, technology, AI, while the developing nation just exports raw material, labors, and a big sacrifice. Until globalization is rebuilt on fairness, it will continue to widen the gap between a developed and developing nation. Thank you.
Loved. Loved the confidence. Wish I could see a scene for your claims. You said that developing nations are not creating as much as wealth as the developed nations. But will they be making that much wealth if there will be no globalization? Do you want isolation?
See, real globalization promotes equality, not inequality. I also mentioned 76% of the global wealth is being concentrated in 10% of the richer nation, while the poorest 50% just own 2%. And I also mentioned that wealth is being concentrated in richer nations at its fastest pace in past 3 decades.
Please give them a huge round of applause. Our next participant is Lakshmi Bhaguni, who is going to speak against the motion.
You can cut all the flowers, but you cannot keep spring from coming. Honorable August Assembly, with these lines of Nobel laureate, a poet and a politician, Pablo Neruda, I, Lakshmi Bhaguni of class 11th, stand here to dismiss the intent that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations, and to establish the unintended consequences of rejecting globalization, which is something that cannot be turned off or hold off. It is an economic equivalent of a force like wind or water, as quoted by the 42nd President of America, William J. Clinton. My worthy opponent, while the term globalization conjures the images of seamless borders and shared prosperity, the reality on ground tells a different story. One where many developing nations are not falling behind because of globalization, but because of the structural inequalities that predate it. Let me update you with some facts. Vietnam, with its unique location in Asia, has helped reduce its poverty levels and boosted economic growth. Mexico has benefited from globalization, especially around the United States and Canada-Mexico agreement. It has become a major North American manufacturing and automobile market player. If you compare India's GDP from 2001 with 2025 and the bilateral relations with other developed nations, you can clearly see the results. Our Honorable Prime Minister is trying his best by pursuing India's strategic and foreign policy goals and articulating a new global discourse. So, I firmly believe that globalization is a tool. It's how we use it. Globalization is like a highway. It's how we drive on it, whether we speed ahead or get stuck into a ditch. Thank you. Ask your question.
Well, now I'm going to start asking my questions, and I hope. Well, now I'm going to start asking my question, and I hope your answer is more reliable than your speech. Well, you said that global poverty or India's GDP has, your point was really convincing, but apart from facts. Well, how do you explain global poverty increasing after 2020? And how do you recover with them?
Okay, so like, your question is that the increase in global poverty after 2020. So I would like to ask that is globalization the primary cause of the increasing poverty levels? Like there are many other factors that affect the global poverty levels, and to add that globalization can actually help in it. Like it's like a shopkeeper and a customer relationship. Done.
These were the students from school code 23 and they were interjected by school code 12. The next participant is from school code 22 and they will be interjected by school code 2. So I request the interjector to please come on the stage. Please take your seat. Now I request the speaker for the motion from school code 22, Yuvraj Singh, to please grace the stage for his performance.
So, as we know, the term globalization stands for interconnection and interdependency between two countries, so sharing their ideas, sharing goods, by trading and import and export. Yes, I believe that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. So, as we see that a particular individual, either is a labor or engineers, prefer more to work in a MNC, more to work in MNCs or developed nations. They all migrate there cause for their better facilities, income, and everything else. The developed nations provide same goods in a cheaper rate than the developing nations. Developed nations, there are the number of MNCs are more in developed nations rather than opening plants in developing nations. It
Interjector, please ask the question.
Okay, so as you stated, the when people migrate for work, so I would like to ask, when people migrate for work, they usually do it for their country, like people export things. So how would you justify that globalization is widening the gap because people migrate to their countries and then they come back?
it's not all about they are migrating for their own company. They are migrating for their own welfare. After a few years, you see that many Punjabis or Sikhs go Canada not to welfare the country. They go there and take the citizenship there and carry their family there only and they settle there for their own. It's not about their country or it's not giving benefit. Basically, the migration is not giving benefit to their country. They are basically giving benefit to them and their family.
Your time, sir. Thank you. Our next participant from school code 22 who is going to speak against the motion is Ashish Palaria.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my dear friends. Today, I stand against the motion for the globalization is widening the gap between developing countries and developed countries. In fact, we can say that globalization is not widening the gap as it is helping the countries to come closer, to make their strong bonds, or to share their cultural and traditional units. Globalization, we can prefer, first point we can prefer that globalization helps people to share their traditions, cultural basis, and their economic welfare. The country like India Brazil, China are still developing and are under development. So they are taking the help of developed countries, and they are taking and they are taking the help of developed countries, and as a result which provides them to work on their basis. And the second point, globalization also helps in technology transfer. Earlier, the developed countries used to have powerful machines, mechanical tools, health, etc. But after the globalization, the developing countries are also taking part. They are also having machines, technology, and are using on the same basis. And globalization also encourages people to knowledge sharing and innovation. The best example of that is internet access. In earlier 2000, only the developing countries, only few person were able to connect through internet access. But after the globalization, half or more than 50% are now using internet, taking an access and doing in their work on regular basis. And at last, in conclusion, I would like to say that globalization is not a term to identify the inequality, as it is the term where we can see that the countries may grow together, rise along their own, and they can do more better when they are together. So I firmly believe that the thing to take a gap between the countries. It is a theme that which we can do more better with together. Thank you.
The rich gets richer. So I would like to ask, when developed countries get richer, whereas the developing nations are neglected, how would you like to justify that statement?
Yeah, I would like to say that it is true that the developed countries are getting richer, but on the contrary, we can also see that with the help of developed countries, the developing countries are also doing their best. They are also making the same goods, and the developed countries are sharing their international markets trades in developing countries. So through that, the developing nation can also grow same with the developed nation.
So much. I would request the students of school code 19, 18, 17, 16 and 15 to go backstage to choose their interjectors. I repeat, school code 19, 18, 17, 16 and 15 to go backstage to choose their interjectors, and I would request the next school to come forward for their performance. Before they come, I would call the interjector for school code 21, which is school code 8. Interjector of school code 8, please come up, Kanishka Negi. #21, Akshit Kumar is going to speak for the motion.
When profits are shared, boundaries disappear. But when justice is discussed, developed nations suddenly remember their sovereignty. Good morning, honorable judges, respected teachers, and dear friends. Today, I, Akshit Kumar, is standing here to present my views on the topic globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. The motion is not just about economy, it is about justice. Globalization is advertised as global family, but in this global family, some nations are permanent masters and others are permanent servants. My first argument is about economic exploitations. Developing countries provide European Union imposes tariffs on the India's cement, aluminium, iron and steel sectors that makes 27% of metallic exports, which due to which we suffer the loss of $771 million every year. My second argument is about technological gap. Developed nations control advanced technologies and patents, and forces developing nations in manufacturing and low wages. For example, countries like US, Japan, South Korea, they hold around 80% of chip designs and manufacturing technology. And despite India having the massive workforces, still they are just in testing and assembling process. And in the end, I would like to say that globalization invites every nation in the same train, but the engine is always on the hands of powerful nations, and they decide the route by themselves. Thank you.
You can ask your question.
If globalization treats everyone equally, so why it has treated the developing nations, it is making them low? Why?
I would like to tell that globalization promises that it treats everyone equally, but in reality it doesn't. Like in IMF voting system, US holds majority of voting power, like 16% voting power. So it shows that all the policies, all the rules are made in the interest, are made in the favor of powerful nations, not in the favor of developing nations.
Okay, thank you. I hope you are satisfied. Thank you so much. The next participant is Harshita Bisht, who is going to speak against the motion from School 21.
A very warm and cheerful morning to one and all sitting over here. Today I, Harshita Bisht, is standing before you to speak in the against of the topic, globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. So here I begin. Globalization is the modern era where countries move together to stabilize sustainable development, infrastructures, and heading towards a great future. It ensures that every talented individual should have greater opportunities. For example, if a person who is a craftsman and he is getting cheaper price of his work in our country, so he can sell and export his work to the global market, where he could have greater prices, unexpected things, and fame. Even though if we talk about the countries which are raising day by day, from the last 2 decades, countries like India, China, Brazil, Vietnam, and many other countries have raises because of global trade. So with this we can see that how globalization is shrinking the gaps between developed and developing nations. Moreover, if we talk about our country, India, then I feel honored to tell you that globalization is one of the most important things which has boosted our India's economy due to the increase of GDP. At once, our average amount of GDP was 7% annually, which is very important for a pre-liberalized era. Globalization has given India the position in the world economy and reached India the 3rd largest country in reach of purchasing power parties. Now if we talk about the expansions of trades and exports, then once again Indian producers have lead access to the global market. Moreover, the foreign investors have invested in our country from $2.2 billion in 1990 till 1991 to over $700 billion in late 2027.
At last, I would like to tell you the most important thing, which is globalization reduces conflicting notions. Instead of creating warlike situations, it reduces it and it creates equality amongst the nation. That's all. Thank you.
Why developing nations are selling their goods in cheap?
Can you please repeat?
Why developing nations are selling their goods in cheap?
So basically, the main thing is developing nations are selling their goods in cheaper prices so that the undeveloped countries can also develop because of it. If we take example of a village, which is Kijana, at the earlier time, there were no technology in that village. Okay, and once the technology reached there, the people become more globalized. At earlier time, they were just dependent on the agriculture. There was nothing instead of agriculture. But as the technology reached, the people become more globalized. They become more confident about each and everything. That's all.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to an end of the participation of School Code 21, which was interjected by School Code 8. Next, judges, I would like you to please note that next participant is School Code 20, but Janvi Jeena, who was going to speak against the motion, is absent today, so I request you to please mark her absent. Janvi Jeena. So there will be only one performance from School Code 20, that is for the motion. So I call on the stage Advitya Pathak, and then I call the interjector for School Code 20, which is School Code 23.
Let's stop romanticizing globalization, because beneath all those polished speeches, pretty charts and promises of shared prosperity lies the truth that everyone knows but only a few dare to say out loud. Globalization was designed to benefit the powerful, and the powerful are not developing nations. Honorable August Assembly, today I, Advita Pathak, stand fiercely for the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. And I won't sugarcoat it. Yes, the global GDP has risen, but do the rising numbers always mean rising lives? I don't think so. When the profit grows, whose pocket are they filling? Certainly not the farmer who still to this day struggle to afford seeds. Globalization promised developed nations opportunities. Instead, they got unstable market, low value jobs and dependency. This isn't partnership. This is a race where the starting line is different for everyone. And why is it so? Because the global rules are written by the winners. Trade tilted. Your technology already patented and the high value markets protected. So when these foreign investors show up, they extract our resources, export our profit and leave behind the nation still where it was. In 2023, African nations contributed less than 3% of the global FDI, out of which 60% of the profit went straight back to North America and Europe. I don't think this is development. This is extraction, dressed as opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, a system that lets wealth flow freely but blocks its own people from doing the same cannot call itself fair. Today I stand here to say that we don't need to reject globalization. We need to reshape it into a system where voices are equal. Development is shared and it's not just a privilege, it's a right. Thank you.
Question? You'll have to switch on the mic. Long press it. Is it still showing the green light?
Hello. Ma'am, you gave a wonderful speech about globalization, how it attacks the nations which are underdeveloped. But can you name me one developed nation which became developed without the process of globalization? There is no such nation in the world that became developed without the process of globalization. You fail to provide a solution to the process of globalization. Keep on attacking it.
To be honest, so if you see that, how many nation has actually developed because of globalization? China, obviously, and Vietnam. To be honest, India also was said to have rising, poverty would grow less and stuff. But even the World Bank said that globalization has seen a historical reversal. Even after becoming the fourth largest country, what's our per capita income? The disparity between the rich and the poor is glaring. Countries like Somalia and Africa has their own profit being snatched from them. So saying that globalization is helping us develop is pretty naive, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to an end of performance of School Code 20. And as I earlier said, that you will be rebutting only one person. Don't worry, you will be judged accordingly. Next is School Code 19, and I would request Ria Moria to come on the stage for her performance, who's going to speak for the motion. They will be interjected by School Code 6, so I request Meenakshi Negi to come and take the seat of the interjector.
They call it globalization.
Can you please wait? So sorry. Can you please tell your name? There is a change in the name of the interjector. Judges, I would request you to please note it. From School Code 6, the interjector is Vinay Singh Digari. You can start now.
They call it globalization, but I call it a fancy way of saying we profit, you adjust. Respected judges, teachers, and all my dear friends, I, Ria Moria, today's turn stand firmly for the motion that globalization is widening the gap between the developed and developing nations. Well, globalization is often seen as a way to prosperity, but in reality, it helps those countries that are already rich and powerful. While the developed nation using most of the resources, they are exploiting the cheap labors from developing nations. And developing nations are pushed towards more struggle and more dependency on the developing nations. So, multinational companies come from rich countries into the developing nations, not to profit, not to help the developing nations, but to use the raw materials and cheap labors from the developing nations. And most of the profit they earn here goes to the developed nation itself. So, who benefited the most? Obviously, the powerful ones. Culturally too, globalization impacts negatively on the economy of the developing nations. They kills local industries, local businesses, local markets. Why? Because foreign cheap goods flooded the markets. Next reason can be considered as digital divide as well as brain drain. As I come to brain drain, then we know that skilled persons from the developing nations migrating to developed nations for better job opportunities. This creates a great shock in the economy of the developing nation itself. Let's understand with some of the examples I take, like Bangladesh and Brazil. As these nations are globalized, but still Brazil having 33 million of the population suffering from poverty. And as come in the case of Bangladesh, that in Bangladesh, on an average, a person is earning just $95 per month. So, esteemed judges and beloved audience, I conclude my points by saying these words, that globalization is not a bridge that gives equal opportunities to both the nations. As well, globalization in which is the system in which the rich nations climb up while the developing nations are struggling to catch up, and they are just told to struggle and adjust for their survival. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I really appreciate your points, but I would like to ask you a question from the points that you mentioned. As you mentioned that the profit flight back to the developed nation, but what's about India, Vietnam and China? They are the major exporters of diamond, many spices, textile.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So you're saying about India and China, so let me mention that There was a time when India and China both are at the same level. But nowadays we can see that how China grows rapidly because globalization can't be considered only reason to develop our nation. So the difference can clearly be seen between India and China. Where there is a need to stop the globalization, China stops the globalization. And if stopping globalization helps them to develop rapidly, so we can't consider that globalization is the only reason for a country to develop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ria. Next, I would like to call on stage Afreen Khan, who's going to speak against the motion from School Code 19.
Some say globalization widened the gap, but I say the gap is widened only when a country stops working. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends, today I stand before you to argue against the motion that is, globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. In fact, I firmly believe that globalization actually narrows the gap by helping developing nations in trade, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, and many more. First, let us look at China. That is a very strong proof that globalization reduces inequality. Because of global trade of technology, China has lifted 800 million people out of poverty. And 30% of China's GDP come from global export. If globalization is widening the gap, then China would not be the world's second largest economy. Second, Vietnam transformed from poor, war-affecting nation into global electronic powerhouse. Samsung alone accounts 20% of Vietnam's total export, creating millions of jobs, and Vietnam are becoming this world's second largest exporter of phone. This is not a widening of gap. This is globalization accelerates the development. Fourth, India's rise in IT sector and pharmaceutical is a second strong proof. IT sector contributes 7.5% to India's GDP. That creates millions of jobs, and the students and the workers of India get employment and better wages. So, globalization is not the force that divides, it is a force that connects. Globalization has given its tool to each and every country equally. But how a country uses those tools, it's their own responsibility. So, I would like to conclude my point by these words that globalization does not widen the gap, it narrows it. It gives its tool to each and every country, but some nations use it effectively and rise, while others waste the opportunity. And blaming globalization for their own policy failure is simply a misleading. Thank you.
Before accepting your conclusion, I would like to raise a point, like as you gave me the example of many countries like India, Vietnam, but what's about the country of Africa? Despite being part of global trade, it is suffering, it is somehow lagging behind. It is not developing that much as respect to the other countries.
Yes, it is true that some developing nations like Africa sometimes suffer, but that is not because of globalization. That is because of weak governance, weak policies that developing nation fails to make. If developing nation makes good policies, strong alliance with other countries, they will be not making any profit than developed nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to an end with the performances of School Code 19. Next is School Code 18, and I would request the speaker for the motion, Arnav Yadav, to please come on the podium. They will be interjected by School Code 13. So I request Bhavya Singh to please come and take the seat of the interjector.
Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not the Europe's problems. With the intent of raising my arguments for the motion, I, Arnav Yadav, is here. So here I begin by stating that we must recognize that trade rules, intellectual property laws, and environmental standards are predominantly reshaped by the developed nations through institutions like WTO, World Bank, and IMF. This system primarily benefits the affluent, leaving the developing nations restricted and hindering their industrial growth. Moreover, the US often employs tariff threats to coerce the developing nations into altering their economic policies, undermining their sovereignty. Now, I would like to ask my fellow opponents that can we really ignore the tariff expense? So, the respected jury members, consider the case of the life-saving medicines and vaccines. The patents held by the Western countries keep the developing nations dependent and stifle their capacity for independent innovation. A clear example is the UK, which became the first nation to authorize the COVID-19 vaccine in public. Let's not overlook that how major tech companies like Google, Apple, Meta, and Amazon reap billions from the developing market while contributing minimal tax revenue, exacerbating economic inequality. Oh, don't get me started on climate change. The developed nations with their 70% plus contribution to emissions, lecturing the rest of the world on reducing carbon footprints. This is comic, isn't it? We also see a drain of human capital from the developing nations into the developed world. Skilled individuals often migrate in search of better opportunities while the low-skilled workers face visa restrictions, further depleting the human resource needed for their own advancement. Furthermore, the developing nations which seek investment often borrow money from the developed nations at exorbitant interest rates, creating a crippling debt that stifles the growth. Let's assert the certitude in accordance within the World Inequality Report that shows that the global inequality is soaring. The top 10% owning the 76% of the total global wealth, leading to a billionaire Raj. This stark divide highlights that how globalization is widening the gap between the developed and developed nations. To make globalization meaningful, we need to embrace Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family. Otherwise, it will just be a farcical play of inequality. Thank you, and that was my time.
Well, I appreciate my opponent's confidence, but confidence cannot replace evidence. If globalization is truly widening the gap between developed and developing nations, then how do you explain China becoming the factory capital of the world and lifted millions out of poverty?
China is still a developing nation, but every country wants to be self-dependent and reduce the import. So China is still a developing nation and is working on its own country so it can be self-dependent. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Varsha Airy, who is going to speak against the motion.
Good morning, respected judges, teachers, and of course, my worthy opponents. Today, I, Varsha, stand firmly against the motion that globalization widens the gap between developed or developing nations. Let us commence by reflecting upon the remarkable metamorphosis of India post-1991. Through embracing global economic reforms, India has not only become one of the world's fastest growing economies, but this transformation has engendered a substantial reduction in poverty and uplifted living standards for millions. This exemplifies how global integration can serve as a catalyst for growth. Moreover, globalization, let us take an example of countries like South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore and Hong Kong experiencing rapid economic growth. You know how? Just by manufacturing, developing export-oriented industries in the later half of 20th century. Then they say globalization exploits nations. Their saying is just to overlook the fact that it empowers them. My question, who we are, standing tall after the unprecedented pandemic of COVID-19? We are the survivors. During COVID-19, the scientific global community collabed to share data, research and vaccines at an unpredictable speed. My worthy opponent said globalization exploits nations. This is not a topic to argue. For like talking about cultural exchange. What cultural exchange actually is? Cultural exchange is actually empowering globalization. Think about how anime from Japan, K-drama from South Korea has captured Indian audience. At the same time, how Indian, Italian, Mexican and Korean cuisines are everyday favorite across countries. Just think about at the same time how Indian Bollywood, yoga and classical dance forms have become a global trend. My dear opponent, this is nothing to argue with. So, globalization actually works in the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you very much.
Well, my opponent paints a beautiful picture of equality. But sir, ma'am, even the artist knows this canvas has cracks. So I would like to ask, who is exactly getting benefited from globalization? Multinational companies, citizens, or governments, and how does that affect your points?
Actually, it's a canvas which can be painted through globalization. The benefit of globalization is actually like for being a nation. I can exemplify it. Think about the India situation during 1991. The LPG helped India to grow or develop what we are today. Our finance minister paid lot of attention to LPG. So I think globalization is more helpful in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next school is school code 17 and they will be interjected by school code 14. So I will request the interjector of school code 14, Sahil Parihar, to please take the seat. And the school code 14's interjector is Gauri Nailwal. And I will request Swarnim Santosh to come on the stage to speak for the motion.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends, greetings of the day. Today I stand before you to assert with conviction that globalization is indeed widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Globalization was imagined as an equalizing force, yet in practice it has evolved into a system that disproportionately empowers those who enter the global arena with pre-existing advantages. The benefits of global integration are neither evenly distributed nor equitably shared. Developed countries equipped with technological superiority, financial strength, and institutional maturity invariably capture the most profitable sectors like innovation, intellectual property, high-end manufacturing, and advanced services. In contrast, developing nations are often relegated to low-value production and resource extraction, perpetuating their subordinate position in the global hierarchy. Another deeply troubling aspect is the role of multinational corporations. These corporations operate extensively in the global arena with pre-existing advantages. My dear friends, while the production occurs in the global south, the profits overwhelmingly accumulates in the global north. The wealth generated in the developing regions are rarely reinvested locally. Instead, it reinforces the economic dominance of already affluent nations. Furthermore, globalization has heightened the economic vulnerability of developing nations. While advanced economies leap forward with digital innovation AI, developing regions struggle to adopt even the foundational technology. Mark my words, their dependence on global market makes them disproportionately susceptible to external shocks. Finally, globalization has fostered a subtle yet powerful cultural and intellectual dominance. So, while globalization brings some benefits, its advantages are not equitably shared. The reality is simple, my dear friends. Developed countries keep rising higher while developing nations struggle to catch up. The reality is simple. Developed countries are globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. It is not narrowing. Therefore, I fully support the motion. Thank you.
So, my question for you is that how would you explain the fact that developing countries are growing faster than developed countries? Why are countries like India and South Korea becoming the new hub for IT and innovation? Thank you.
Yes, I fully support this that developing countries like India, they are developing faster, like with 6 or 7%. But the developed countries are growing faster only. That their distance means their gap between them is increasing. It's not decreasing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker who's going to speak against the motion is Ayushi.
Greetings to the honorable judges, respected teachers, and my distinguished participants. I rise to oppose the motion and contend that globalization, rather than widening disparities, has been a transformative force enabling unprecedented growth for developing nations. To begin, globalization has opened access to international markets, allowing developing countries to expand their export sectors, diversify their economies, and integrate into global value chains. The remarkable rise of nations such as China, India, and South Korea stands as clear evidence. These countries have not only reduced poverty drastically but have also transitioned into global economic leaders, achievements made possible through active participation in global trade. Moreover, globalization facilitates technology transfer and capacity building. Through multinational enterprises and cross-border collaborations, developing countries gain access to new technologies, advanced management practices, and institutional knowledge that would otherwise remain unattainable. These collaborations enhance productivity, encourage innovation, and set the foundation for long-term development. Mark my words, friends, for many developing nations, FDI has been an instrumental catalyst in boosting GDP and strengthening economic resilience. Globalization has also elevated education. Globalization has also elevated education and human capital as exposure to global standards rises the quality of education, fosters competitive skill sets, and creates a workforce capable of participating in high growth sectors. Additionally, globalization promotes greater transparency and promotes improved governance, international cooperation, global benchmarking and regulatory harmonization encourage reforms that make economies more accountable, efficient, and investor friendly. To claim that globalization widens the gap between developed and developing nations is to overlook the role of internal factors such as governance quality, policy choices, and political stability, which significantly influence development outcomes. Globalization offers opportunities. It is the responsibility of nations to harness them effectively. Thus, globalization is not a force of division, but a vehicle leading to advancement, integration, and shared prosperity. I therefore stand firmly against the motion. Thank you.
Honorable judges, my worthy opponent here just blamed the evils of globalization onto local government. Now I want to ask them the example of Monsanto, which is a clothing producer in India, which was actually, and there was an scam, and there was an intellectual property case where Monsanto was trying to come out of India's cotton market, which it covered 90% of. Now here I want to highlight that the cotton market was 90% of Monsanto's, and how do you explain the fact that the government is responsible for that? The government was helpless in that case. Thank you.
Yes, the government was indeed helpless, but that doesn't mean that globalization is the cause of this. The globalization is actually trying to prevent these events from happening. Globalization is not perfect. It's not magic. Globalization is an opportunity, and it's not a guarantee. So yes, the government was indeed helpless, but globalization was helpless too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, girls. I would request the judges to please note that School Code 24 has arrived now and they'll be participating in the competition. So earlier we marked them absent, but they have arrived now. So I would request School Code 24 to please go backstage and choose your interjector. You will be called in the next slot of 5 schools that we call for the competition. Our next school is School Code 16. And I would like to call Mehek to speak for the motion. They will be interjected by School Code 14. And I would request the interjector to please be seated.
14 is done. 14 is done, ma'am.
School code 7, please. Sana Naz, please come on the stage. Okay, please come and interject. Bani Sharma.
Has the name changed for the code 7? Because it is written Bani Sharma here. She's absent. She's Bani.
She's Bani.
Globalization is the open process that benefits everyone and controls it in the development process. Good morning, dear judges, teachers, and my dear friend. Today I am standing here in front of you all in favor of the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. We all know that multinational companies come to the poor countries only because the labor is cheaper, workers are paid less, only because the workers are in the developing countries. My dear friends, tell me the one thing that if the multinational companies come to our poor countries because the labor is cheaper, our own country, India, buy fighter jets, advanced chips and fighter jets from the other countries like USA, France, and many other countries only because they can compete in their own judges like in the presence of the sunlight and all. My second point is that technology is controlled overall by the developed countries. Technologies like medicines, machines, and patients are owned by the developed countries, not by the developing ones. These dependence gap wide between the developed and non-developing nations. Okay, so when the developed countries come to, we can take recently case like Shreyas Iyer. He got injured during his match. Why did he got injured in Sydney? Why did he come into India? Only because India is not capable of doing in the medical field. India is not that much advanced in medical field. Shreyas Iyer got there and he done his treatment in there. My fourth point is that India in that developed countries also developed in the Indian national companies. Like they come to the other countries only because for the trade, not for the developing ones. When it also creates the digital divide between the networks. Like South Korea, Japan have 5G networks, while South Asia and not had the investment in the network connections. India have also 5G connection, but it cannot compete with them. Like I want to mention that South Asia and South Africa are still complete of the lack of the international tech not complete with the above numbers. We can also take examples of many countries that not compete with them, but we can actually support that the globalization can be reduced when knowledge and technology are not shared equally. The developed countries cannot compete with each other countries. My open process is that Shreyas Iyer can come to the company, but he cannot because only the technology is not overall present that we should compete them. Thank you.
Okay, very well said by my opponent. Okay, so ma'am, you are itself stating that patients are owned by developed nations and people of developing nations are approaching developed nations for their treatment. So ma'am, do you think without globalization, developing nations are able to grow or to be able to be advanced or to grow in the sector of medical or communication technology and all?
Thank you for your wonderful question, my dear. But the thing is that India have basic internet access and like in medical field, India have basic like you have not advanced technologies, medicine and machines. So why that if he came in by chance in India, we cannot take any risk in that case. If in our own, but he came to that countries because only it have a higher level of advanced technologies and medicines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Lakshita Sutyal, who is going to speak against the motion. I would request the audience to please be quiet. I know you people are nervous, maybe preparing your speeches, discussing what the participants are saying on the stage, but I would request you to please be quiet so that these people are not disturbed here on the stage.
Good morning, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow debaters. Today, I stand before you to oppose the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. As the saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats, and globalization is exactly that tide, putting together all nations and rising them together rather than rather than drifting apart. To begin with, globalization isn't a force globalization isn't a force that separates nations. Instead, it is a bridge that connects them. It has opened doors for trade, technologies, educations, and opportunities, allowing developing nations to strengthen further and education, trade and technology, and capital and market sectors from allowing advanced economic growth, resulting even if it is in medical sectors and life-saving medicines and diseases. My second, sorry. If we go for one more example is of our own country, India. India became a major IT sector player by creating $150 billion annually in growing sector job creations by creating IT hubs in Bangalore, Haryana, and Hyderabad, had creating upskilling youths and creating fundamental situation by resulting growing economic growth. Secondly, globalization brings foreign investments. Foreign investment. Secondly, foreign investments. National developed nations set up their factories and offices in international developing nations so that they can get a globalized sector and income in their current field. If we go back to my third point, the globalization creates a cultural experience and sector resulting in more developing growth in both developing and developed nations. Moreover, globalization encourages innovations and entrepreneurship. Young people in developing nations can now create businesses just by their phones. From a decade ago, it wasn't even possible. My dear debaters and judges, tell me, if globalization is really affecting both developing and developed nations, how could we are standing here as a globalized country in India? Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you mentioned in your speech that globalization opens the door for trade and brings opportunities. Basically, you are saying that globalization is beneficial. But if it's so, then why Africa's share in global market stayed below 3% despite full exposure to global market?
Thank you for your question, my opponent. As you have given the example of South Africa, first let me tell you why from the globalization started. Globalization, like if we take an example of developed countries like USA and America and all, if we say they have started earlier, by starting earlier they have gotten opportunities and underdeveloped privileges. And if we go by South Africa's scale, it has just started including in both IT sectors and developing sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, girls. I would request school code 24, 14, 13, 12 and 11 to go backstage to choose their interjector. School code 24, 14, 13, 12 and 11 to go backstage to choose their interjector. The next school that I call on stage is school code 15 and I call Harshita Paneru to speak for the motion. School code 15 will be interjected by school code 3 and the interjector is Paridhi Sharma.
Across the same sky, some nations rise like dawn while the other remain trapped in a never-ending dusk. Good morning, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends. Today I stand before you to state a clear truth that globalization is widening the gap between the developed and the developing nations. The world loves to call itself a family. But globalization has divided this family into those who rise and those who are left behind. And the evidence is all around us. To begin with, the economic advantage has always been unequal. Developed nations entered globalization with technology and strong industries, while the developing nations came unprepared. It was never a fair race. One side had rockets while the other came on foot. My second point is corporate exploitation. Multinational brands like H&M and Zara earn billions, while the workers in Bangladesh or Vietnam earn barely enough to live. Mark my words, wealth flow upward, poverty remains below. A third major reality is brain drain.
the brightest minds from the developing nations migrate to the richer countries. Over 70% of skilled graduates settle abroad, strengthening the developed economies while weakening their own. Another concern is technological dependence. The West controls AI, technology, biotechnology, and digital infrastructures. The developing nations remain buyers, not creators, deepening the digital divide. And finally, the global trade is far from fair. Powerful nations design agreements that protect their markets and expose weaker economies, hurting farmers, industries, and local businesses. In short, globalization has not bridged the gap, it has widened it. And let me end with a truth that captures the harsh reality. When wealth flows upward, inequality flows outward. And globalization has made that flow unstoppable. With this, I rest my speech. Thank you so much.
So my question for you is, would you suggest that the developing countries should disconnect from the world or grow in isolation in today's digital age? Do you agree?
Thank you for your question, first of all. I would like to say that globalization is widening the gap between the developed and the developing nations because the global system is one-sided. They are only benefiting the developed nations and are suppressing the developing nations. About technology, we are getting, the developing nations are getting access, and access is not ownership. What we need is not globalization, we need strategic engagement. We need strategic engagement, and that's how we'll be developed. So, globalization has not bridged the gap, it has deepened it, widened it, and cemented it. So, that's how my point stands still. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Tamanna, who is going to speak against the motion.
History whispers a simple truth. Walls divide, but bridges uplift. Good morning, respectable judges, teachers, and my worthy opponents. Today I stand unshakably against the notion because globalization isn't widening the gap, it is shattering the limits that once held developing nations down. And to prove my point, I present three compelling truths. First, globalization helped developing countries grew faster. Let's look at the numbers because numbers do not take sides. World Bank data shows China and Vietnam grew at a rate of 6 to 8%, while US and UK around 1 to 2%. Even during COVID, when the world shut down, Vietnam and Bangladesh recovered far faster than many developed ones. So tell me, how could I call it a widening gap when millions who once went to bed hungry now go to bed hopefully? Turning to my next compelling truth. Inequality is caused by domestic policies, not globalization. Blaming globalization for creating inequality is like blaming sunlight for shadows. The real darkness comes from corruption, bad politics, and poor decisions, not from the nation finally opening up. Globalization is just a tool, and a tool works depending on the hands that holds it. Some countries misuse it, some ignore it, and some use it to rise. Now let me present the final pillar of my stance. Globalization creates opportunities that did not exist before. Globalization doesn't guarantee success, it guaranteed access, new market, new technology, and new skills. This is the oxygen globalization brings. Take Indian IT revolution, now valued at $245 billion, creating 5 million direct and 15 million indirect jobs. Let me leave you with the final truth. Globalization didn't widen the gap, it actually narrowed it. Thank you.
So my question is, if globalization is truly benefit everyone equally, then why income inequality increase within developing countries after opening their markets?
First of all, thank you for your answer.
Actually, your question directly appeals to my point. See, the problem you are pointing here is generated by government, not globalization. See, wealth always flow towards stability, not by peoples, not by globalization, but by government. It is the duty of government to redistribute the income, not globalization. Globalization provides opportunities, not outcomes. At the last, I just want to say globalization built the arena, but the government is the one who will decide how to rule it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, girls. The next school that I call on stage is School Code 24. Judges, I request you to please turn the sheets to School Code 24. That will be the first school in your list, which will be interjected by School Code 22. So I request the interjector of School Code 22, Kritika Tiwari, to please be seated. And next I would like to call Ratima, who's going to speak for the motion.
Good morning everyone, respected jury members and my fellow debaters. Today, I am going to speak for the motion, globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. My friends, I would like to ask you all a simple question. What if there is a war between USA and India in near future? Who do you think would be victorious? The answer is USA. Not only the country has well-developed resources but also immense power. Through this, I want to convey that globalization benefits developed nations the most, while the developing ones are just a tool, just a source of income. Let me explain it to you in detail. Globalization describes the significant increase in interaction and integration among various economies and societies. Though it has undeniably led to increased global interconnectedness and economic growth, it has also created many challenges and exacerbated existing inequalities between developed and developing nations. If I tell you, globalization has created a system where the benefits of increased trade and investment are not evenly distributed. Developed nations with established infrastructure, skilled workforces, and technological advancements are better positioned to capitalize on global markets. Developing nations, however, struggle to compete on a global scale mainly due to lack of infrastructure, limited resources, and less developed industries. Moreover, the pursuit of lower production costs in a globalized economy can lead to exploitation of labor and resources in developing nations. Multinational corporations may seek out for countries with weak labor laws, minimal environmental regulations, and so that they can maximize their own profits. This leads to poor working conditions and environmental damage. I would also like to emphasize that globalization is closely linked to rapid technological advancements. Developed nations have the infrastructure, education systems, and the ability to create and innovate with these new technologies, creating a digital divide. I repeat, a digital divide between them and the developing nations. To summarize, I would like to say that the motion, globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations, stands true today. Thank you.
As you mentioned that globalization is creating a labor loss, then what will you say about Vietnam and UAE? They are doing too good with the help of developed nation and there is no labor loss in their countries.
Thank you for the question. You talk about Vietnam and UAE. So we see that there are only two countries over here, as my fellow opponent mentioned. So we cannot contradict my point with example of just two countries because there are many more nations, a lot of developing nations that are struggling to keep up with the developed nations. Thank you.
Thank you, girl. Thank you so much. Our next participant is Darshini, who's going to speak against the motion.
Good morning everyone, respected jury members and my dear friends. Today I stand before you to speak against the motion. Globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. I strongly believe that globalization has not widening this gap. Instead, globalization help developing nations grow and compete better with the world. I would like to tell you that globalization has created many new opportunities like trades, foreign investments, and technological exchange. Countries like China, India, and Brazil have increased their economic growth as countries overall the world now invest in them. This is not binding it, it's reducing it, as it makes me create new jobs, help family even better, and many more. Above it, globalization gives developing nation modern advanced technology and help them to grow. And they also work better for their nation. This is not increasing it, it's reducing it. At last, I would also want to tell you that globalization is not finding the gap as it helps to boost economic growth of other nations. It is very helpful for them. And I also want to tell you that globalization is a very good thing for developing nation as it helps them, support them and make them grow. Citizens have become more skillful and powerful with that. Thank you for that, for my speech.
As you mentioned that China and Brazil are the countries which are good in their technologies and foreign exchange.
I didn't mean to say that. I mean that India, China and Brazil.
So sorry, but you cannot rebut like this. Let us speak her question, then you can answer it, okay?
So aren't the other countries are the part of nation, and why WTO, IMF and IT companies are for developed nation and foreign investment is for developing nation?
No, I didn't mean to say that. I'm saying that India, China and Brazil have developed their nation by technological exchange. They are increasing their nation for other things. I didn't mean to say that other countries are not developing. They are developing but not that. And you said about foreign investment.
Why foreign investment is a part of developing countries and IT companies, WTO and IMF are part of developed countries?
They are because globalization is not for developing nation and developed nation. Globalization help developing nation grow, not to stop. Globalization help them to grow with they provide them modern advanced technology with machines, digital tools and faster communication. So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, girls. Please give them a round of applause. Our next school is school code 14 and they will be interjected by school code 21. So I request the interjector of school code 21, Kanishka Negi, to please take the seat. And I'll call Shiva Arora to speak for the motion.
.1 children trapped in forced labor, hiding in the very supply chains that create our essential goods. And this is one of the sad realities of globalization today. Well, respected judges, honorable teachers, and my fellow mates, today I, Shiva Arora, am going to shed light on how globalization is literally widening the gap. So now we all love chocolates, right? Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire together grow 60 to 70% of the total chocolate, or should I say cocoa, on this planet, and support 6 million people. Yet most of these cocoa farmers earn well below the extreme poverty line and bargain as little as 6% of the final chocolate price. Whereas big internationals like Mondelez and Nestle come in, they set prices that favor their capitalistic gains, they set controls on this very supply chain, and in the end, the gains flow again north, while this entire region stays in crippling poverty. Now, another example to note is of the Bangladeshi garment industry, which gets 85% of its export revenue and employs 4 million people. yet it has one of the lowest minimum wages of all garment workers on this planet. My friends, once again, the case repeats here. Now, big names like Zara and H&M come in, and they, in the same manner, use Bangladesh as this low-cost production hub, exploiting their labor and human capital for their own capitalistic gains. So, while the West gains cheap labor, Bangladesh gets cheap lives. Now, coming to my other point, many supporters of globalization simply boast how average incomes have increased. But my friends, averages do hide the horrors. For exporter intermediaries and urban elites take away all the major gains. All whatever is left after being taken from these big brands is taken away from in the form of trade and FDI, and then whatever is left, and these laborers and small farmers are left to fend off for themselves. So when I ask this question, is globalization really what it seems to be? Thank you.
But you would have often seen that multinational companies establish their branches in developing nations. Do you think why they do so? To help the nations or to gain their own profit? I guess to gain their own profit, because it is a human tendency that no human help other until or unless they find their own profit. If it is not so, so please tell me that 70% of the global wealth is still in the hands of developing nations, and developing ones are still fighting the war.
Well, that's a great question. But now, as you said, that most of the wealth is concentrated in these nations and it is a human tendency. Now, I would like to point out the fact that there are other nations in West Africa that contribute to less than 3% of the GDP, where people do not have anything to fend off for themselves, where they are being exploited daily for their human capital, for what they can do. So, here, the question is also raised on ethics. So now there are several other companies that play fair with ethics, and here these big internationals now are trying to exploit as much as they can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Our next participant from School Code 14 is Stuti Tiwari, who's going to speak against the motion.
While it's true that economic disparities persist, but the evidence shows that globalization has actually helped countries in narrowing the income gap, developing countries and economic growth. Today, good morning everyone, I'm going to speak against the motion, and throughout this debate I'll convince you all that why globalization is a treasurable tool for development. To begin with, globalization creates hundreds of opportunities for developing countries to participate in global economy, thus increasing their foreign income. This can be clearly seen by the example of growth of IT and development sector in India. In Vietnam, after joining World Trade Organization in 2007, the percentage of GDP soared up. The sum of its exports and imports went up to 200% in 2017, while it was just 154% in 2007. This clearly shows how globalization helped a country like Vietnam to transform from a closed, centrally planned economy to a big transporting hub. Globalization also helped India and China in poverty crisis. The poverty rate fell from 37.2% to 21.9% in India and 55 to 10% in China. Globalization also helped countries in developing psychological and social integration by help of cultural exchanges. Globalization promotes a more inclusive society where people are more globally aware and they embrace their nationalities regardless of their borders. In conclusion, yes, disparities exist, yes, inequalities exist, but globalization is widening the gap is just a myth. It's a white lie. It's time for us to hold our hands. It's time for policy makers and government to utilize and harness the benefits of globalization and divide it equitably among all the citizens in the country. Let's together make globalization a source for good, not a force for inequality. Thank you.
Thank you for your points. But according to a research, we have found that poverty has increased, not decreased, from 7.36 million to 1.9 billion. And you still believe that it is not gapping the developing and developed nations globalization?
Well, are we directly promoting this? That globalization has promoted poverty? No. Globalization is just a tool. It depends on ourselves how we utilize it. Poverty can be due to number of factors. Corruption, the kind of people there is, the kind of government. It doesn't directly depend upon the government, the globalization. It's just a tool. Why are we blaming it? We have to utilize it. We have to give our 100% to it so we can develop ourselves. We can develop our country. Poverty can be due to various number of factors, but directly blaming it on socialization is a false attempt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, girls. Audience, we'll take a 10 minutes break. And I request everyone to please go to the foyer area, freshen up, take some air. And we'll join back after 10 minutes.
I just joined the school. I've seen you growing up on the mic. I actually have given my 9 years of youth to the school. Yeah. It's been 9 years. Tanish has been here for last 9 years. That's how I see your personality because yes. Your voice sounds very nice. Without sugar? Without sugar, see around, I'll come back.
दीदी एक कॉफी विदाउट शुगर
globalization is widening gap between developed and developing nations. Thank you.
Please use the mic.
No. You claim globalization to be a connecting bridge, then how do you justify MNCs concentrating high profile activities like design and branding in developed nations while the developing countries only get low value labor?
Thank you for a wonderful question. But I would maintain my point that globalization is not widening the gap, it is connecting the world between the nations and thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Our next school is school number 10, and I would request Akansha Pant to come on the stage to speak for the motion. School number 10 will be interjected by school number 19, and the interjector for their school is Meenakshi Negi. Please come on the stage.
Hello. When sweat becomes currency or fate turns fragile, when effort is underpriced, injustice grows agile. Their markets march forward while our silence loses bloom. Their brands rise soaring while our future looms. Warm greetings, everyone. Today I stand here in the favor of the motion that yes, globalization has widened the gaps between developed and developing nations. Now, just for a second, let's revisit our Indian history. Centuries ago, the Britishers entered India as merchants and stayed as masters. Remember? And today, globalization follows the same rhythm. The powerful gets profit, whereas the powerless pays. The Britishers named it trade, but history calls it what it was. The world's longest running daylight robbery. Now fast forward to today. Empires fell, flags changed, and yet somehow the pattern survived. Today the invaders do not sail in ships. They land at airports wearing suits, carrying presentation, and globalization walks in politely. Where MNCs quietly take what an entire empire once fought for. Brands like Zara, H&M, Nike, Amazon, Apple, giants, we celebrate are routinely criticized for supply chains built on cheapest labors from countries like ours. 70% of their profits fly straight back home, and you know what happens? We give the labor and they get the label. 23 crore Indians still live in multidimensional poverty according to UNDP 2023, and our workers still stitch clothes which is sold in abroad for rupees 10,000, and yet those workers earn less than $2 an hour. Tell me, if exploitation gets a brand name, is it suddenly acceptable? When the US imposed Trump tariffs, they protected their industries and we lost thousands of crores overnight. Now tell me again, where is the equal opportunity globalization offers? We once opened our doors too wide and lost our nation. Today we are opening them again, not for emperors but for cooperation. In conclusion, we all know what history whispers. The chains only change their metals. The masters changed their faces. And the workshop simply changed its name. Thank you. Yes. The bad corruption is the cause which has led the globalization overpower the powerful, whereas the powerless still pays. I disagree the statement.
because globalization globalization helps only the powerful people to get profit, whereas the powerless still pays today. See, every coin has two sides, some with advantages and other with disadvantages. But what I personally believe is that globalization today is the one where the powerful is more powerful and the powerless is still paying. And the with the coins has two sides, heads and tails, but it's either the head or the tail, and the powerful is still getting powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next participant is Hassan Suhail, who is going to speak against the motion.
In a world stitched together by distant handshakes, globalization becomes not a divide, but a bridge, lifting nations higher than they could ever climb alone. Honorable jury and my fellow mates, the winds of connection are blowing, but the walls of the mind are standing still. Some in dread, some in doubt, some in denial, and some in defiance. I stand here today to swim against the tide, to shatter the delusion that globalization widens the gap between the developed and developing nations. Here they come again, out of the shadows of isolation, the peddlers of panic, the merchants of misery, the sowers of separation. They come to say that connection is a curse, that globalization creates a battleground for the billionaires instead of a playground for the brilliant. But Mr. Speaker, they are misleading the House. Globalization only bridges the gap. If globalization is the villain and open market is the monster, then why do the developing nations rise the fastest in this most connected era? Why does this system decide who fades and who flourishes? But my fellows claim that globalization kills the poor. Look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. The World Bank reports that since the 1990s, countries like China, Vietnam and India grew rapidly because they opened their doors to global trade. China became the world's second largest economy, not by hiding, but by integrity. If globalization widens the gap, then why does the student in the slum access the same library as the scholar in Harvard? Mobile phone penetration in Africa surged from just 5% in 2000 to over 80% today. The presence of WhatsApp and Nokia have democratized connection. The opposition sees only the shadow, I see the sun. They see pressure, I see power. They see peril, and I see promise. Globalization has created billions of jobs, taking our nation from begging to bargaining, from surviving to striving. So let us face the harsh truth that globalization is not widened by the open hand, it is widened by the closed fist. If you vote for this motion, you just imprison the poor in poverty. Do not call it a gap, call it what truly it is. The cost of isolation, the penalty of fear, and the death of progress. This is the harsh and undeniable reality. I repeat, this is the harsh and undeniable reality. Thank you.
So my question to you is, as you state that globalization bridges the gap, then why nations are moving toward deglobalization?
Thank you so much for the question. I guess if you may have heard my speech properly, you would have not asked this question. The answer is simply the countries which are moving towards deglobalization are very, very, very few. It does not mean that countries, seeing the countries which are moving towards globalization, we can define that globalization is creating a mess. It is simply like you say, you propose a statement just by seeing one or two students in your class. That statement is true. Floxinosin nihilipilification, because it does not prove anything, it does not have any data, any statistics to prove that point. Countries true in this decade, from very olden times till now, countries are moving towards globalization. They want to flow in the stream of globalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Our next school is school number 9. And I would call on stage Shrestha Fulara to speak for the motion. School number 9 will be interjected by school number 5, and I call on stage Falguni Pandey to interject school number 9.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. Honorable judges, respected teachers, worthy opponents, and all my dear friends. Well, today I stand over here to speak in the favor of the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Globalization was introduced as a promise, a symbol of unity and shared progress. But today, it has become a sophisticated tool used by developed nations to maintain their dominance. Developed nations control the technology, the capital, and the decision-making platform. They write the global rules while developing nations are expected to simply follow them. For example, developed nations often promote free trade, but the moment that developing nations become a competitor, they impose tariffs and restrictions. This is not fairness, this is manipulation. Multinational corporations, mostly emerging from developed nations, set up their branches in developing nations, not to uplift them, but to extract cheap labors and raw material. For instance, the labor of African nations get very low wages, while the corporation takes home billions of dollars. Globalization, which claims to connect the world, is only shows how unequal the world is. Globalization has created a digital divide. Nearly 70% of patents and advanced technologies are belong to developed nations, and developing nations are just only dependent on imported technologies. Even the international financial organizations like IMF and World Bank often impose strict economic conditions on developing nations. These conditions benefit the lender, not the borrower, and hence the developing nations face economic autonomy. So to conclude, globalization is not a fair and equal system it's meant to be. Instead of bringing the world together, it creates two separate worlds. One that has everything and one tries to catch all the things. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. The proposer talked about how the developing nations are just following the developed nation, but respected proposer, during COVID-19, before COVID-19 in 2019, for 3 decades, that is 30 years, 12.6% of global inequality was decreased. But during COVID-19, when all sorts of global connections or globalization was off, at that time 2.3%. 2.3% of global inequality increased. How do you justify that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Just I want to ask that during the COVID-19 pandemic, does the rich nation get the vaccine early? But on the other hand, the developing nations had to wait for months to get the same vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you, Shresht. Our next participant is Navya Pandey, who is going to speak against the motion.
Globalization is the bridge, not the barrier between nations. Honorable judges, fellow participants, and all the audience members, I strongly oppose the motion. I believe that globalization is not widening the gap, it is widening it. Globalization has lifted millions of people out of poverty in countries that embrace global trades and investment. For example, China, in last 4 decades, globalization has lifted millions of people out of poverty, the greatest poverty reduction in the human history. Look at Vietnam, now a manufacturing leader because the global factories place their companies and trust. Look at India, now an IT and service industry powered by global client provide millions of jobs to the peoples. International bodies such as WHO and United Nations provide technical alliance, global support, medical support and disaster relief, especially at the time of crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic. At the time, Global Alliance helped India to produce and export vaccines over 90 countries. Isn't that a sign of global cooperation? Yes, challenges exist, but the solution is to not reject globalization. The solution is to participate smartly. Small entrepreneurs today can reach global platforms. A farmer in Kenya, a weaver in India, or a designer in Nigeria can reach global platforms. they can sell their products. The real obstacle to development is corruption, weak governance, and poor infrastructure are the internal issues not caused by globalization. It is same as like blaming the mirrors for reflection. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that globalization is not the dividing wall. It is a connecting bridge that connects all nations together and provide opportunities, growth, and power. Thank you.
So my question to the opposer is, you talked about China, how China has benefited from globalization, but China is close to globalization. They have their own apps, they have banned over 11,000 websites, including that of United Nations. Also, about Indian weavers getting benefited from globalization, Indian sculpture, just such as dupattas, were rebranded as Scandinavian scarves without giving credits to the artist or to the culture. Isn't this Western domination over someone's culture?
Thank you for your question, the projector. That you said that China is have very far from the globalization, but that country was also started from the globalization. And you are saying about the dupatta is banned, but in the starting, the India has made that thing. After that, the scarves, other things are become. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Our next school is school number 8. Sorry, school number 8. It's school number 8, and I would like to call Naitik Mehra to speak for the motion. School number 8 will be interjected by school number 15, and the interjector is Roshan Adhikari.
Thank you, jury members, for giving me the opportunity. I am Naitik Mehra, and today I am presenting my views on the topic how globalization has affected the world. Globalization has widened the gap between developed and developing nations. The majority of wealth generated through globalization is concentrated in the hands of few that dominate the global market. In pursuit of higher profits, multinational corporations often outsource their manufacturing plants in developing nations because of two reasons. First, for low wage, and second, to avoid environmental regulations. I like to give an example. Samsung production in India is about 25% of its global smartphone output. Many of you believe that it is good, it is beneficial for India as it provides employment. But we have to overlook the fact that Samsung does not want that India should be developed. They are doing this because they want a low-wage labor with weaker environmental laws. Due to unemployment and a lack of necessary skills, many people are forced to do such low wage. Even reputed brands like Nike and Puma have faced criticism for the violation of human labor in the countries like Vietnam and Indonesia. Unfortunately, the exploitation doesn't end here. It leads to mental stress, depression, and anxiety, ultimately reducing the life expectancy of human. For instance, the life expectancy of India is about 72 years, but it is about 78.4 years, showing a gap of over 6 years. At last, I would like to conclude that I want to make my opponents happy that I agree that globalization is good, globalization is advantageous, but how can we neglect the history what the East India Company do with India in the name of globalization? Think about it. Thank you.
Very well said. So my question to you is, how would developing countries get access to global market IT sectors without globalization? Please proceed.
Yes, it is a nice question, but I want to add on a thing that I don't say we have to complete disobey globalization. Yet, developed nations are using globalizations but only for their own profit. As I use the example of Samsung, Samsung doesn't want that India should be developed. They are seeing their profits only. So Without globalization, development is not happen to be done, but we have to turn globalization in a way that everyone gets an equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Purnima Bargali, who is going to speak against the motion.
Globalization is not a wall, but a bridge connecting opportunities, growth, and knowledge. A very warm greeting to respected judges, worthy opponents, and their audience. Today I stand against the motion on the topic globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations, which is no longer true in today's world. In fact, globalization is a bridge of development, not a barrier of inequalities. It is not a divider, it is a connector. It has helped many developing nations to grow, innovate, attract investment, and improve living standards of millions. Firstly, globalization brings knowledge, technologies, and faster economic growth. Countries like India, Vietnam, and Bangladesh have become global manufacturing hubs. Apple, Samsung, and Google expanded manufacturing in India, having attracted over $81 billion FDI. Secondly, globalization spreads technologies and digital transformations. Firstly, Indian digital payment system, online learning, and smartphone revolution expanded. India has also adopted 5G technology. Thirdly, global trade has increased income and boosted exports. Exports of technology, exports of softwares, medicines, textiles, and even automobiles. India is known as the pharmacy of the world, supplies over 60% of global vaccines. Lastly, globalization has lifted millions from the poverty. A strong example, China alone pulled 800 million people out of poverty due to global manufactures and exports. These points are the clear sign that developing nations are gaining strength, not losing it. So the conclusion arises that globalization empowers developing nations to grow, innovate, attract investments. Hence, instead of widening gap, globalization can act as a catalyst for growth and equal opportunities. Thank you very much.
That's appreciable. So my question to you is, if globalization is benevolent, then why it precipitate the wholesale marginalization for domestic producers?
Thank you for your questions. As you said, globalization is a tool. It depends how the nation use it. This corruption, domestic factors like corruptions, lack of governance, these are the problems of nations. If nations solve this problem, so they will not face any problems through the globalization. And this is not problem of globalization. These problems are of weak policies, laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Our next school is School Code 7. And I would like to call on stage Prachi Bora to speak for the motion. School Code 7 will be interjected by School Code 11 and the interjector is Devesh Bhatt.
The world is more connected than ever, yet more unequal than ever. That imbalance is exactly what I'm speaking about today. Honorable judges, worthy teachers, and all my dear fellow participants. Today, I stand firmly for the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations, and I have few arguments to strengthen my points. Firstly, institutions like WTO, IMF, and World Bank are strongly dominated by the wealthy nations, controlling almost 60% of the voting power. They set trade rules, loan conditions, and intellectual property laws that benefit themselves, while the developing nations have no choice but to accept these terms due to dependency. And even during the crisis like COVID-19, rich nations have access to resources while poorer countries struggle to secure even vaccines and support. And now some of you might argue that these institutions provide support and aid to these developing nations. But I ask that if help comes with a condition that will leave you in the cycle of dependency, is it really help? Secondly, global trade itself is unequal. Like India exports cotton at a cheap price
And countries like Japan and Italy turn them into high quality garments and sell them globally at a much higher prices. And thus, most of the profit flows back to these countries and not India. Globalization also allows corruption to flourish. Take Vijay Mallya, who earned profit from India, took bank loans from India and fled to a developed nation protected by legal loopholes. This shows how globalization also allows wealth and power to leave a developing nation while the rich consolidate in the developed nation. Globalization is also fueling brain drain. Talented individuals migrate to developed nations, strengthening their economies while weakening the economy of their home country, and thus again stuck in the cycle of dependency. From global dependence to exploitation, from talent loss to inequality, and from corruption to brain drain, ladies and gentlemen, from every aspect, globalization is strengthening the powerful while leaving the developing nation behind. And until these inequalities are addressed, globalization will remain a ladder only the rich can climb. Thank you.
Thanks for such a thoughtful debate. But I would like to know, why didn't you talk about the success stories of South Korea, China, and Singapore? Aren't they affected by globalization?
Thank you, interjector, for your question. And I would like to say that globalization isn't the problem, but the way the system display is the problem. And when we're talking about the countries like China or South Korea, so these are some of the few examples. These are the few success stories. But when we see the countries like Africa or Bangladesh, let's take Bangladesh. You know about Rana Plaza collapse? That happened in Bangladesh, in which many workers, the garment workers, died in it. And like they get very extremely low wages, by which they can't even run their houses properly or homes properly. So thus, the rich nations are the money and the power are being concentrated by the rich nations only, while poor people are still behind, struggling. They are vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prachi. Our next participant is Akshita Bhatt, who's going to speak against the motion.
When countries get united and diversity connects, the globalization turns diversity into development. Greetings of the day to honorable judges, teachers, and my worthy opponents. Today, I stand in opposition of the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. On the contrary, globalization has brought nations closer than ever, thereby reducing inequalities, expanding opportunities, and accelerating growth and development in developing nations. Let me put some points to support my arguments. Globalization has led to lifting of millions of people from poverty and has opened access to global markets. China's integration into the global economy has lifted over 800 million people out of poverty since the 1980s. Countries like Rwanda, China, Vietnam set up the examples that globalization can be used to improve their economies. If globalization truly widened the gap, we would not see these nations rising so quickly on the economic ladder. Secondly, globalization helps in improving healthcare facilities across the world. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I realized how deeply our health system is related with each other. The vaccine that saved my family was a product of global collaboration. The scientists, the factories, and the supply chain spread across the continent. Third, globalization brings investment and foreign direct investment. Countries like South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, and many more strengthen their home economies through globalization. Fourth, I have is globalization opened doors to education, ideas, skills, and limitless knowledge. Today, millions of students, myself included, get benefits of globalization. We are exposed to global ideas. If I can sit
in a classroom and take lessons from teachers across the world. How can fellow debaters claim that globalization is widening the gap between all of us? Let us understand that globalization is not widening the gap. The gap is closing. And the gap is closing because the world is coming together, learning together, and progressing together. Thank you.
Nice confidence. But can you please answer why are developing countries still exporting raw materials and importing expensive finished goods?
Thank you for your question. I want to answer that globalization has led to developing countries now export raw materials, and the developed nations that are exporting their goods also invest in them. Therefore, they increase their wages, employment, and standards of living. Thank you.
Thank you, students. Our next school is school code 6, and I would request Soumya Durgapal to come and speak for the motion. And their interjector is school number 16, and I would request Sana Nas to come on the stage to interject.
They promised us partnership but gave us dependency. We call it global progress, but whose progress are we talking about? The makers or the mere markets? Esteemed dignitaries, respected judges, disguised colleagues, good morning. I'm Soumya, and today I stand here to champion the truth behind the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Let us remember of India that existed long before the world opened its door to us. We were a civilization rooted in knowledge, science, art, dignity, and self-reliance. And then came globalization, a force that promised growth but quietly began reshaping the rhythm of our nation. This is not only about my country, about my nation, or about my India. This is about hundreds of developing nations that are facing fading brightness. Developed countries walk into globalization with technological dominance, economic strength, negotiating powers, full pockets, and mature industries. And developing nations, they walk in with raw potential but no protection, only to find their resources extracted, their markets dominated, and their dreams overshadowed by the power of those who already have everything. And when a race starts between a Ferrari and a bicycle, is it truly fair to say both got an equal opportunity? Today, giant companies like Amazon, Apple, Meta, and Tesla, they earn more money than the GDP of 150 plus developing nations. Factories in Bangladesh, Vietnam, and India, they produce goods for global brands, but a worker working for 12 plus hours a day get barely enough to survive. Meanwhile, the profits fly back to New York, London, and Tokyo. So is this partnership? No, this is profit extraction, modern colonialism with a Wi-Fi connection. Every year, Indian doctors, Nigerian engineers, Filipino nurses, and Pakistani IT experts migrate to US, UK, Canada, and London. The developing nation spends million training them, and developed nations gain billion using them. Who wins? Who loses? The answer is crystal clear. So is it what globalization promises? This is not growth. This is a gap widening every single day. So today, I stand on this platform to boldly affirm the reality that this motion represents, that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Thank you.
Okay, so as you was for the mission, right? So can you tell me what are the impacts of globalization on education in India?
The impact of globalization on education in India is that India is having 91% of literacy rate, but actually what is we are looking upside the surface is not what is in underneath. India's literacy rate is 91%, but what is actual skill, what is actual education is not in India. It's in developing nations. We are losing our human resources. We are losing everything, every potential. So that is the reality of India in education, which I see from globalization perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed further, I would request school code 54321 to go backstage to choose your interjector. I repeat, school codes 54321 to go backstage to choose your interjector. Next, I would like to call on stage Garima Bhatt to speak against the motion.
One thing that we need to understand when we talk about globalization is that it has helped enormous number of people that are not a part of the global elite. Good afternoon everyone, my name is Garima and today I am standing strongly against the motion that we have today. No, globalization is not making the gap between countries wider. This motion is wrong as it is ignoring the benefits and the progress that globalization has given us. Globalization is a powerful engine for development. The main goal of development is to end poverty, and globalization has been a key driver of that. In 1990, the global share of population living under extreme poverty was about 35%, and it dropped to 9.3% in 2019, which is the pre-pandemic peak. We can also see the income inequality between sections of society getting smaller. The global Gini coefficient in 1990 was about 0.70 and it dropped to 0.62 in 2019, showing a clear reduction in income inequality. Secondly, globalization is not taking jobs away. It is providing opportunities and providing knowledge. By global trade and internet, the poor nation get to connect with the world quicker than before. By foreign direct investments, big companies bring best ways to do business and thus create jobs for both skilled and unskilled people. Now, it is time to see the real problem. Yes, we still have inequality, but the real crisis lies not in the gap between nations, but in the inequality that exists within nations itself. Sometimes the benefits of globalization are not equally shared, thus creating a gap between rural and urban, between skilled and unskilled. But blaming globalization for this is like blaming the rain for not landing on every field equally. The solution to this is not stopping the rain to halt globalization, but to improve domestic institutions and build better irrigation system. The developing countries need better education for people, fairer rules for business, and stop corruption. We need a more connected world to build a more equal world. This is why today I stand strongly, intensely, and fiercely against the motion that globalization is widening the gap between nations because to stop globalization is to stop progress. Thank you.
So, my question is, globalization is promoting the cultural exchange. That is very good for us. So, how will you justify your answer?
See, globalization basically means the interconnectedness of the world with each other, interdependency and connection of the nations with each other. So the impact of globalization is culture is very nice because if globalization had not even existed, how would we know there exists some place that can provide us better opportunities? How would we exchange cultures? How would we trade? And how would we even know what's beyond our territories that we are isolated in? So the impact of globalization in culture is that it is encouraging people to meet new people, to know more about others, and really encourage the idea of worldwide brotherhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. Our next school is School Code 5, and I would request Adyan Rodela to come on the podium to speak for the motion. Their interjector will be School Code 24, so I request Adarsh to please take the seat of the interjector.
Check, check. Globalization wired the world together but kept the main switch in the same hands. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I think not. In developed nations capture about 30 to 40% of the total value, while the labor-heavy stages in developing nations only receive a small share. And this gap keeps on widening because now the real gains come from intangible assets such as design, software, and branding, which account for over 2/3 of global value chain income and remain largely controlled by advanced economies. Second, the technology and patent gap. According to the WIPO, over 80%. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, over 80% of the total patent applications in 2024 came from just 5 economies. But this imbalance becomes even sharper when we look at internationally protected patents. And in this high value category, advanced economies don't just lead, they dominate. Globalization didn't democratize technology, it privatized it. It spread the use of technology, but the ownership, the command centers, and the real levers of power still sit firmly with the developed world. And finally, the convergence myth. Globalization was sold as the great equalizer, but the World Bank finds that over two-thirds of global income inequality today is determined simply by a place of birth. I ask and I hope everyone is listening very carefully. If globalization truly delivered convergence, then why is it so that even today, your birthplace and not your ability remains the single biggest predictor of your income? For much of the developing world, globalization offered participation without power, growth without control, and visibility without voice. Why? Because it shifted production. Because it shifted production, not power. It shifted factories, not fortune. And it didn't bridge the gap, it widened it even further. In the end, this debate was never about whether globalization increased growth, but it was always about whether it narrowed the technological, financial, and capability gap, and on every single meaningful axis of power, that gap has only widened. Thank you and good day.
Well said, my honorable opponent. I would like to ask from you, if globalization is unfair or unequal, then why do countries like China and India grow so fast after opening their economies?
Thank you, Mr. Director. But you know what? I would like to answer your question in just one line. A few success stories don't prove inclusion; they prove concentration.
Speak against the motion.
If progress is the goal, globalization is the path. A very warm greetings to everyone. Today, I, Pranika Agarwal, stand firmly against the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. Let me begin by asking, do we turn off the lights just because we don't like our shadows or blame a mirror for our own reflections? That's exactly how we blame globalization for our own nation's choices and policy failures. Globalization has never been a wall, it has always been a window which only shows who's prepared to grow and who's not. If globalization truly widened the gap, then countries like India and South Korea would not have been rising at lightning speeds. Yet they did. Because they embraced opportunities, welcomed investments, and used global exposure. This is not widening the gap. These are nations catching up. Now, my opponents may argue that globalization only awaits the rich. But the truth is simple. Nations that use globalization smartly rise, those who didn't fell behind. Trade-driven global integration has helped reduce global extreme poverty from about 36% in 1990 to 9% today. Indian IT exports crossed $260 billion, employing more than 5 million people. I repeat, employing more than 5 million people. Foreign companies entering developing nations brings jobs, income, and world-class infrastructure, while developing nations now constitute over 46% of global exports. Is this widening the gap? This is breaking the gap piece by piece. Globalization, driven by technology and connectivity, is not widening the gap. In fact, it is dismantling geographical monopolies that once controlled capital, knowledge, and market access. The gap you cite is simply the painful process of localized powers being demolished as individuals, like an artisan in Jaipur or a student in Nairobi, are competing globally by removing the friction once imposed by gatekeepers. The game is not harder, it is finally on merit. Thank you.
Well said, my honorable opponent. But I would like to ask you that if globalization is good, so why do most of the countries fall into debt traps while matching their global standards?
Thank you for your question, my respected interjector. See, globalization gives every nation a chance to rise. It's nation responsibility to use globalization nicely. Globalization gives every nation choice to adapt the global's best ideas, voice to negotiate and ally, and
giant scale to grow faster than isolated nation ever could. If we talk about debtness, that's the country's fault. If the country is not able to repay the debt, it's the country's fault only. The country should use globalization wisely, improve the infrastructure and income equality, and repay the debts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. The next school that I call on stage is School Code 4, and I call Samriddhi Shah to speak for the motion. Samriddhi Shah to speak for the motion. School Code 4 will be interjected by School Code 10, and I request Hamza Khan to come and take the seat for the interjector.
Good evening, greetings to everyone. Before I begin, I want you to imagine two men standing at the starting of a race. One has shoes training at its start, and the other is barefoot, tired, and already late. Now ask yourselves, is this a fair race? Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what globalization looks in today's world, a system that promises equality and gives advantage only to those which held the power. And that is why I firmly stand for the motion. Globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing countries. Wealth flows uphill, never downhill, and globalization has steepened the slope. According to Global Wealth Report 2025, US and mainland China are the home to over half of the world's personal wealth. 35% of the wealth worldwide is held by US and 39.7% of the millionaires are based in US. Global wealth does not flow equally. Multinational companies use cheap labor. Gap and Tommy Hilfiger, for instance, source their clothes from Bangladesh. Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, more than 111 workers died. Is this the human cost of globalization which is being ignored at the sake of development? 2 lakh students migrate from India to richer nations, and India has become the top sender of the international students in 2024. How can developing countries expect to reach the level of the developed world when more of their talent moves to abroad? Talent move upwards, not equally, draining the potential of the developing world while boosting the developing countries. At the end, I would just like to say that the truth is simple and harsh, ladies and gentlemen. Globalization isn't a mistake. It is built this way, built to benefit the powerful and built to widen the very gap it claims to close. With this, I would like to rest my case.
Hello. That was a wonderful speech. But do you really believe it is fair to blame globalization when weak governance and domestic corruption are far more bigger barriers for development?
Thank you so much for your question, interjector. Shein, a multinational company, have low wages. The condition of the workers there are so poor, and it ignores the government policies. How can you blame the government? Because globalization is the one which is bringing the multinational company to the developing world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samriddhi. Our next speaker is Amishi Agarwal, who is going to speak against the motion.
Greetings to everyone. Today I stand here against the motion because globalization is not the architect of inequality, it is the engine of opportunity. Victor Hugo once said, and I quote, "No force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come," unquote. And globalization is that unstoppable idea, the idea that borders should not cage talent or dreams. In the last 30 years, 1.2 billion people escaped extreme poverty, not by shutting the world out, but by connecting with it. Countries like India, Bangladesh, Vietnam and China did not fall behind, they surged forward. If this is widening the gap, then progress itself must stand accused. Globalization creates champions, not victims. India supplies 40% of the world's generic medicines. Bangladesh is the second largest garment exporter. Developing economies now account for 46% of global exports. Are these tales of exploitation? No, ladies and gentlemen, these are stories of nations and people rising. Now, let's be brutally honest. It is not globalization that widens the gap. It is the governance. It is not the foreign companies. It is domestic complacency. It is not the open borders. It is the closed minds. Globalization does not break nation. It simply reveals the crack we refuse to fix. Blaming globalization is like blaming the mirror because you don't like your reflection. The truth is, the real gap is internal, not international. Now picture this. A boy in a Himalayan hut learns AI online. His classroom is a mountain, but his future is the world. A small woman in Odisha posts one sari online. Her small loom now stretches across continents. Did globalization shrink the world? No, it expanded it, amplified it, and erased the idea of borders from their dreams. Globalization is not a storm, it's an orbit. It does not widen the gap, it pulls the nations into a larger circle of progress. It does not push developing countries away, it simply gives them momentum to break gravity and rise. As Mandela said, there is no passion in playing small, and globalization allows the nations to aim higher than ever before. At the end, I would like to remind you all, globalization, it is not the problem, it is the trajectory that launches billions forward. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
That was a wonderful speech once again. But if globalization is a brilliant idea, how come local companies collapse before even competing with global giants?
First of all, thank you for the interjection. I would like to say that strong companies sustain, weak companies complain. If local companies we are talking about, we say globalization kills local industries. But let me remind you, competition kills complacency. Competition kills complacency, not the capability of companies. It is the governance and the local companies itself. So in the list of factors that are listed right now, I don't see globalization in any of it. So I think globalization is not to be blamed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. The next school code that I call on stage is school code 3, and I call Varnika Sharma to speak for the motion. School code 3 will be interjected by school code 18, and I call Mayank Meghi to sit on the seat of the interjector.
Respected judges, teachers, and all my dear friends. Globalization promised equality, but delivered imbalance. With this thought, I stand firmly in the favor of the motion that globalization is widening the gap between the developed and developing nations. For decades, the world believed that connected markets and sharing technology would lift every nation together. But even the World Bank and United Nations reports that the gap between the rich and poor nation has expanded, not shrunk. In 1980, the wealthiest 10% of the nation controlled 70% of the global income. But today, they controlled over 78%. This is not shared progress. This is growing inequality. Developed nations already possessed strong economies, advanced technologies, and major influence. Through globalization, it allows them to stretch this power across developing nations. Consider the factories set up in India, Bangladesh, or Vietnam. In all these countries, developed countries set their factories and take the major profit. Developed nation remains the owner, while the developing nation remains a producer. This alone widens the gap. Even in trade, the imbalance is clear. Global corporations flood developing market with their products, phones, machines, medicines, etc., while the developing nations had to depend on them because they lack in capital, branding, and cutting-edge technology. In fact, most of the African nations now import 90% of their processed food despite having fertile land. This is dependency, not development. So what kind of globalized world are we truly living in? A world that is connected but unequal. A world where trade is open but benefits are uneven. A world where globalization claims to help everyone, but in reality, it always helps those who have wealth and power. So globalization is not narrowing the gap. It has widened it, slowly, steadily, and systematically. Thank you.
Hi, you got a great point. Do you read newspaper? I do. If we look back today, nowadays, we see that Putin, as the president of Russia, came to India for summit. Russia is a country, it's a developed country, it has its own military, it's a powerful country. And we can see that India as a developing country, there's a president coming here. And even if we look like back before globalization, India has the GDP of $300 billion. And after globalization, after 5 years of that globalization, Indian economy has grown 20%. Even if we look today, if we remove globalization yesterday, there's gonna be fall of 50% of Indian's economy. Today, India is the biggest economy. India is still developing, but it has a great economy. So don't you feel that the relation which we are building with Russia, even it's a developed country, they want to build that relation with India is because of their potential, and that potential we can see is because of globalization. Because globalization is a reason that today we can export our goods. What your opinion are this? Like, how can you justify these?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, Putin did came here, but just sitting at the table doesn't mean that globalization has helped the nation. Leaders of developed nations do come in developing countries and they do share their ideas and innovations, but it doesn't help the people. Putin did came here, but what has people gained from it? And secondly, talk about GDP. India's GDP did has grown, but it only grown on paper. India is now fourth largest economy in the whole world. But if we talk about GDP per capita income, India's rank is 136th, which is very, very far away from first. In India, most of the people are unemployed, and on an average, a person earns 20,000 to 25,000. So only GDP increase is not the process of globalization. The GDP per capita income also matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Varnika. The next participant from School Code 3 is Riddhi Joshi, who is going to speak against the motion.
A nation does not grow with isolation but with global connections. With this thought, I firmly stand against the motion because I strongly believe that globalization is not widening the gap, it is helping developing countries grow faster. Respected judges, teachers, and to everyone present here. Let us begin with a simple truth. Before globalization, the developing countries had limited access to skills, technology, and employment. But today, because of globalization, countries like India, China, Brazil, and South Korea have become major exporters in the global world. Globalization has opened doors to foreign investment, global trade, employment opportunities, and these opportunities have helped millions of families rise above poverty. Globalization is not widening the gap, it is closing it. Take an example from India. Our IT industry, startups, and service sector have grown globally because we are connected to the world. Many critics argue that the final product goes final. Many critics argue that the final result goes to the developed nations, but the long-term benefits remain in developing nations. Skills, technology, experience, and employment. When developing nations export their products worldwide, their economies strengthen. When students learn global skills, they contribute to national development. When new companies enter the country, they create jobs, improve infrastructure, and raise the standard of living. Let us be realistic. No country can grow alone in today's digital world. The countries that have progressed the fastest are those that welcome global connections, not those that rejected them. Globalization is not a wall that divides nations. It is a bridge that allows developing nations move faster towards progress. In the end, I want to say that when opportunities increase, gaps decrease, and globalization is creating opportunities every single day. Thank you.
My question to you is, do not you feel that many countries are just being consumer, not inventor? Like if we talk about globalization, the main motive of globalization was to promote the GDP of every country. But today, if we look today's scenario, we are just contributing to America, Germany, and these top tier countries' economy directly or indirectly.
Globalization means interdependence, and interdependence does not mean dependence. It is a mutual benefit. Developed countries need raw materials and labors, while developing countries need skills and experience. So both sides gains. Growth takes time, but it is in positive direction. Thank you.
Thank you, students. Our next school code is school code 2, and I will request Lakshita Bankoti. Sorry, judges, I would like you to please make a note here. I will request Ashlesha to come and speak for the motion. Their school will be interjected by school code 1, so I would request Anushka Mishra to please be seated at the interjector's seat.
Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, Earth is our family. A very warm greetings to one and all present here. Today, Aslesa is standing before you all to speaking for the motion on the topic globalization, widening gap between developed and developing nations. So the first question arises, what is globalization? Globalization is not only about trading, but an interconnection between the nation and the whole world. It can be in any form, whether human, investment, good, assets, other such things. As we all know how globalization has built many poor, underdeveloped countries to a brighter future, but there are still many countries in the world who can't achieve the title of a developed nation, just like our motherland, India. I agree that globalization has led peace, good relation with other countries, but it is destroying our tradition, culture, and biodiversity. There are some norms and rituals which do not and should not belong to us. It is somehow harming our individual identities. I myself as a Kumaoni don't know a single word of Pahari. I know many people today sitting here don't know much of Pahari and even many Hindi alphabets. Many say globalization promises job opportunities. Is it really true? Well, many people migrate in search for jobs, good facilities and a better lifestyle. They end up adopting their own land to work on someone else's land. Maharashtra, the biggest cotton producing state of India, exports cotton to the foreign countries. Those foreign countries make branded clothes from it, sell it back to us on higher prices, higher taxes. It is our profit. No, it is our loss. I would like to conclude myself with these few lines. Every good purpose has its own price, whether globalization or something nice. But still there is no need to fight. Everything's going to be alright. Human destruction may never come. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Treat Earth and other people kindly, cause Earth is a family. Thank you.
Dear speaker, with due respect, I wish to interject. First of all, I agree with the points which you have mentioned, but I would just ask a quick and short question that is the conclusion you have provided is on the base of short-term data or long-term global trends?
Your question is very interesting. Well, I would like to say it depends. For today, I think it's long term. Cause if we see a language, a native language, local language, Pahari, we can't say I don't know Pahari. My children will also know not Pahari, even if I don't know. Many other local languages, we don't know name. They exist very years ago. There are the chances that our individual identities are going to be lost due to we want to globalize, we want to be sociable, we want to intellectual to be other countries, we want to be talk like other countries. It is disappearing our own identities. I hope I was able to conclude myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next participant is Lakshita Bankoti, who is going to speak against the motion.
A connected world grows together, not apart. A very warm greetings to honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my dear listeners. Well, let me begin not with the theory but with the people. When I say globalization, I think of the young woman in Dhaka who now supports her entire family because globalization brought millions of lives, millions of jobs to Bangladesh government sector. When I say globalization, I think of the farmer in rural India who checks his crops prices on his smartphone, a device built with components and technology shared across continents. When I say globalization, I think of the Kenyan student who learns coding online with world-class instructors, something which was next to impossible if these global platforms didn't exist. Well, globalization is not a force that divides people, but a force that connects them. It builds relation and helps nation catch up. What has globalization not done? Ended poverty, created jobs, transferred technology. How can you explain that people are suddenly earning more? How can you explain that people are running business online through their smartphones and connecting globally? Magic? Luck? No. Globalization. The endless poverty from 36% in 1990 to about 9% in 2019. This did not happen in isolation but globalization. If globalization truly widens the gap, then how do you explain that countries like India, Vietnam, and Indonesia rose into middle class in just one generation? These are not signs of widening gaps but signs of nations catching up. It's fascinating how globalization is now blamed for anything to everything. Poverty, inequality, and even bad weather sometimes. Blaming globalization while benefiting every day from it is truly ironic. Well, I would like to conclude my speech with a famous saying of John B. Lawson: globalization is not a monolithic force, but a set of evolving consequences. Some good, some bad, and some unintended. Thank you.
I would like to politely interject here. I appreciate the point shared by you, but I would just ask a small question over here that do you think that the destruction of local culture is also a benefit of globalization? Kindly justify.
I would like to thank you for the question. Well, I feel that globalization is not destroying our culture but is indeed helping us in promoting it. Mathili Thakur, a singer, is promoting our culture. Globalization is promoting our culture and is not destroying us. It is making us, our youth, aware of our culture, and we are learning things that we never knew before. We are learning things from different people. And to conclude it, I would like to say that progress takes time, but my friend, isolation takes away the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last participant school of this event is School Code 1. And I would request Suyash Pant to come on the stage. Sorry, again. I would request Kashvi Pathak to come on the stage to speak for the motion. School Code 1 would be interjected by School Code 17. So I would request Sahil Parihar to come and take the seat of the interjector.
The world calls it globalization. Developing nations call it modern colonization. Honorable judges, respected teachers and my worthy opponents, good morning. I, Kashvi Pathak, stand for the motion that globalization is widening the gap between developed and developing nations. And let me be clear, the gap isn't just widening by accident, it is widening by design. Look at the global trade rules and WTO policies. Developed nations protect their farmers with heavy subsidies, while farmers from developing nations face ruthless competition. Even WTO membership rules too tend to favor the rich nations over poor because they possess greater institutional maturity, deeper resources, and large negotiating power. If the rules of the global world lie in the hands of the powerful, is it any surprise that the powerless lose? We often hear that globalization connects the world and makes the world into one global village. But in this global village, someone owns the land, while others just merely work in the fields. Developing nations are clearly the ones doing the labor, while developed nations hold the pen and write the rules that frame the world economy. Now, let's talk about MNCs.
They do not come to developing nations out of generosity. They come because labor is cheap, raw materials are cheaper, and our governments, they're desperate for investment. Yes, jobs are created, but they're low skill jobs, low wage jobs, while high value innovations, patents, and technology remain in the hands of those who are developed. Talk about profits, they fly from our economies directly to theirs. If this is globalization, then why do we still remain developing after decades? Globalization, we often hear that people often say that globalization turns the world, creates. We often hear that globalization spreads culture, but ask yourself honestly, whose culture? Walk into any city, Western music, Western culture, Western lifestyle, Western dance. This isn't cultural exchange. This is cultural overshadowing. Globalization had the potential to lift nations together. Instead, it has created a ladder which only the rich can climb, while the poor hold it steady from the below. Thank you.
May I draw the attention, please? The reality on ground is very different from what she claimed. My dear friend, according to you, if globalization inherently widens the gap, how do you explain the rise of emerging economies that have advanced precisely because of global integration?
So let's talk about China, for example. China is a country that developed a lot, but China never followed any US-based WTO policies. Even Japan also never claimed to follow US-based WTO policies. And if you talk about Korea, after the Korean Wars, Korea developed in the years when globalization was not very prevalent in that country. So therefore, globalization is a factor for development of the countries, but most of the countries that have developed, they have developed because they do not tend to follow the actual main rules of globalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kashfi. Our last participant for this event is Suyash Pant, who's going to speak against the motion.
Humanity is one home. Globalization is the door that we open to learn, share, and grow together. Respected judges, teachers, and my fellow debaters, good afternoon. Today, I, Suyash Pant, stand strongly before you all, opposing the motion that globalization widens the gap between developed and developing nations. Globalization, as its essence, is the increasing interconnectedness between countries through trade, technology, ideas, and cultural exchange. It has transformed our world into what we now call a global village, where developments in one part of the globe influences lives across continents. And those who argue that globalization widens the gap between countries often overlook one fundamental truth, that globalization has given more opportunities to rise than any other point in history. Globalization connects, it doesn't isolate. Instead of isolating developing nations, globalization has enabled them to access global market, technology, investment, and ideas. Take China for example. Before 1978, China was economically stagnant. But as it embraced global trade and foreign investment, it rose to become the second largest economy in the world. This is not widening the gap, this is closing it. South Korea offers another powerful example. After the Korean War, it was a devastated nation. But as it embraced global trade again, and with the help of foreign investments, it rose to become one of the most advanced economies in the world. Even during COVID-19 crisis, countries like USA, UK, Japan, and Australia extended vaccines, medical support, and financial assistance to developing nations, showing that how global partnerships strengthen survival rather than create division. Globalization also helps nations to overcome crises. History shows that globalization does not create crises. Instead, it helps nations to overcome them. India's 1991 balance of payment crisis is a classic example of it. With foreign reserves almost exhausted, opening up to global markets brought in competition, technology, investments, and renewed confidence. What could have been an economic collapse instead became a turning point for decades of growth. This revival was only possible because of globalization, not despite it. Also, they argue that globalization is modern colonization. But let me tell you, globalization is not colonization, instead, it is collaboration. Thank you.
Well, my worthy opponent, this all seems good in theory, but the real data tells another story. If globalization is equitable, why do developing nations like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh still struggle with debt burdens and access to advanced technology?
Let me tell you, my worthy opponent, that globalization is not the sole responsible for struggle of countries. It's the weak governance of the countries because of which they are struggling. Let me tell you that with the help of good governance, countries like UAE, Singapore have become one of the most developed countries in the world. It's the globalization fueled with good governance makes the countries more developed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, students. So with this, we come to an end of this event. This was Polemic 5.0, an inter-school debate competition, which was powered by PSA and organized by Aurum the Global School. What fascinated me most while listening to these students today was that very few of us were beating around the bush. It was less of talking, hovering around in the sky, but it was more data driven. So it feels immensely, great to see that the youth today is more into logical thinking, and I really appreciate you all, and I wish that you people go on like this, think on logically about topics, because when logic comes into the scene, everything else goes out. You talk right, you talk to the point, right? So give a huge round of applause to everyone who has participated today, both in the senior and junior categories. We are proceeding towards the lunch. I would request our teachers to please escort the judges towards the lunch area. The results will be announced soon, so you all will be eagerly waiting for the results. So let's talk over it. While you students go for your lunch, please make sure you discuss this topic while you are eating the food. Discuss about it more so that you can come out with a solution. Remember, I told when I started the event that you have to come out with the solution to how we can, globally become an empowered nation and, or empowered youth better. Students, you are free for a while, because when you're out of your school, you feel like you're free, but then the principal sends an escorting teacher along with you, and you're like, oh my god, freedom with limitations. So you're free for now. Students can make a line, row-wise, and go to the activity area for your lunch. I request the escorting teachers to please stay back and join us for the teachers' lunch here in the foyer area where you had your tea. most awaited part of this event, Polemic 5.0 PSA Inter-School Debate Competition. But before we start and proceed towards the results, I would take the pleasure to welcome Mr. Manipushpak Joshi, Chairman, Aurum the Global School. Please give him a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. I would also take the pleasure to welcome Chairperson, Aurum the Global School, Mrs. Pratika Joshi. Please give her a huge round of applause. I would also welcome two distinguished guests, Mr. Saurabh Pathak, Director, Evergreen Public School. Welcome, sir. And Advocate Daya Sagar Bisht, Director, Shamford Senior Secondary School. Welcome, sir. So how much excited are you all for the results? With the show of hands, can you tell me how much excited you all are? Another round of applause for one of our guests who has joined us today, Mr. Deepak Joshi, IT consultant. Welcome, sir. So with a show of hands, how many of you are excited about the result? I can only see this section. You know, to build up more excitement, please put your hands down, to build up more excitement amongst us and to create that palpitations of who's going to win and who's going to just be a participant. Losing is not a word in our dictionary, you know. So who's going to win and who's going to be just a participant today. Before that, let me welcome on stage our Aurumics so that they can sway you along with their melodies, where you learn that how music can also, you know, make you more excited, more palpitated towards the results. Welcome our Aurumics on stage, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all waiting for the results? Yes or no? Yes. Great. So today, we, the Aurumics, are here to fill this moment with melodies and rhythm.
So get jelly with us to create memories and let the rhythm take over.
Music. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. And you are my universe, and in the night I look up at you. When the morning comes, I want you right. There's a paradise I couldn't capture, that bright infinity inside your eyes. One thing is that now, through the constellation, sunshine, stay the now. Never ending forever, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. And you me know. Anytime I see you, let me know. A plan that's sweet, just let me know. I'm on my knees when I'm begging. I don't wanna lose you. Hey, yeah, ra-da-da-da-da-da. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I need you to understand. Try so hard to feel me. The kind of man you put in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. An empty shell I used to be. The shadow of my life was hanging over me. A broken man, and I don't know. When he was standing, the devil's dancing with my soul. What you doing? What we chasing? What I got him? What the basement? What we got those things to embrace it? What the people that need to replace me? From a long way track from the good. I wanna paint a picture down where we could be at. The heart in the best picture. The way you had you took the paper. I keep walking on, keep walking doors, keep walking forward, and the door is yours. Keep walking home, 'cause I don't wanna live in a broken home, 'cause I'm begging. Yeah, yeah, I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. Thank you.
The clapping should not stop. On public demand.
Put your loving hand out, darling. 'Cause I'm begging. Come on, everyone! Come on! 1, 2, 3, 4! I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. Riding high when I was king. I played it out and fast as I had everything. Walked away, just wondering then. But easy come and easy go, and you put it so anytime I need you, let me go. Yeah, anytime I feel you, let me know. Anytime I see you, let me know. But plan that sweet, just let me know. I'm on my knees when I'm begging, 'cause I don't want to lose you. Yeah, yeah, ra-da-da-da-da-da. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I need you to understand. Tried so hard to feel it. The kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. An empty shell I used to be. Shadow of my life is hanging over me. A broken man, I don't know. When he was standing, the devil's dancing with my soul. What you doing? What we chasing? What the bottom? What the basement? What we got? Good things to embrace it. And the people that need to replace me. The wrong way, shot from the good. I wanna paint a picture down where we could be at. The heart in the best picture. The way you had you took the bait, but I keep walking on, keep open doors, keep open for the door is yours, keep hustling. I don't wanna live in a broken home, but I'm begging. Yeah, yeah, I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging, begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling.
so much, Polemics, for setting the bar high today. So, how was it?
Don't worry, the aura mics are there outside only if in case you need an autograph. Please give them a huge round of applause. So here comes the time where, like a month's practice will come with a result for all of you, right? So before I start, I'll just say, as I said, there is no word as losing in our dictionary. So it's just participation and winning. So when you participate, please make sure when you get the certificate of participation, please make sure that you have that courage to participate again and again and again until you win. And if you win, please try to be modest and maintain that dignity forever in your life so that you can win again. At times when you don't remain modest, that the victory that you have owned today may fall down next time. So keep these things in mind as I announce the result. And to give away the results, I would request our chairperson, ma'am, chairman sir, the director, Evergreen Public School, and director, Shamford Senior Secondary School to please grace the stage and give away the prizes. So, which category shall I start from? Junior or senior? Junior. Juniors first? Okay, so it's the junior category. Today, the juniors were not the juniors because they were discussing about the global connections. And they were talking about how it is or not rotting our roots and culture. So it was a great debate that happened in the activity room. And the third position was backed by Hridayanshi Joshi of School Code 5. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. The clappings should not stop as I call upon the stage Lipi Quira of School Code 14, who's bagged the second position. Any call for the first position? School codes only. I am really afraid that you are nowhere near. It is School Code 13, Sonia Nagarkoti. Please welcome her. Next come the senior category. Again, they discussed about how globalization was strengthening or making more cavities between the developed and the developing countries, and it was indeed really fascinating sitting here, as I told earlier to the audience of the senior category, that it was really fascinating listening that how the youth has suddenly turned into data driven, right? You people were logically talking about things, and that was really good. And the third position in that category is backed by Advitya Pathak, School Code 20. Please clap for her.
adding to the laurels of the series. Second position is backed by Soumya Durgapal, School Code 6. The first position is shared by two students with the same number of marks given by the judges. First, starting alphabetically obviously, Adhyan Rotela, School Code 5. And the second student who has scored first position is Harshita Pathak, School Code 12. I would request the participants of junior category to please come near the stage for a group photograph. And I will also request the participants of senior category to stay near the lamp lighting area so that your group photograph can be taken. The winners. Okay, so Harshita Pathak on stage, everyone. Please give her a huge round of applause. The last position that was taken out in this debate competition was of the best interjector, and this position is backed by his wits, by his general knowledge, I must say, Mayank Negi, School Code 18. Winners of senior category, please come on the stage for a quick photograph, followed by the photograph of winners of junior category. Please make it quick. All together, yes, all together, please. Harshita, Adhyan, Soumya, Advitya, Sonia, Lipi, Hridyanshi, you can come all together now. Okay, not category wise, you can come all together. Mayank, you can also come. The shorter one can stand on the stairs. Yeah, the black one. Please come forward. I would request the judges to join this group photograph, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Please be seated. So with this, we come to an end of this 5th chapter of Polemic, an inter-school debate competition, the English chapter this year. And as I said, it was really amazing to hear every one of you. It was 24 schools of the city Haldwani who participated in this debate competition, and it was really overwhelming for all of us here to have you here today with us. May we keep on meeting like this in many more inter-school competitions, and may we share our victories and participations with us forever till you are there in class 12, obviously. Right? Thank you so much. I thank all the judges, those who have taken their time from the busy schedule. Thank you so much. We were really honored to have you here. Thank you so much, esteemed guests, those who have joined us today. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you, everyone. Escorting teachers, you may guide your students, the team, towards the registration desk where you will get your ID cards back. Please move towards the registration decks where you will get the ID cards back.